Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Let me clear my throat. Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi there, gang. Greetings. Welcome, welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to young Rob Anthony over here.
What's up, man?
Cat's back in Studio G. Hey, it's Thursday. And we'd love to have you along as well in whatever capacity you feel comfortable. Now, the bulk of you will consume this product passively, and that's perfectly fine. It's not your job to love us. It's our job to love you. And I'm going to knit that into a pillow. Spoiler alert, this will be everyone's Christmas gift this year. From her sewing class. I don't know about that. The things that she's been bringing home from her sewing class are, they're great. I mean, they're what you would expect. I have to ask her what they are because they're just things that are sprung from her imagination, right? So they don't have to have any tether to the real world. That's what it's supposed to be. And they're kind of learning the fundamentals. I know enough about sewing that, if something tears or I need a button or things like that, I can mend things at home. So the things that she's bringing home are great. I just have no clue how to gauge what you're supposed to be. They're working largely with felt and things like that, so she's bringing home little animals that she makes and things like that, and they're fantastic. She didn't have school today. There was a water main break right in front of my daughter's school this morning, and so when I was driving home last night, this was like spraying into the street. I had to go the long way to get home, and I'm thinking, it's probably a pretty good chance they're not going to have that fixed by tomorrow. And sure enough, about 5:15 this morning, we get the voicemail from the school district that there's not going to be school. And so that changed the morning. But the sewing results, so far so good. So that's not a bad idea. Maybe when I have these little mementos knitted into a pillow, for Christmas this year, maybe I'll have her do that. Results may vary, though. If you guys want to join us, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can text me. That number is 35192. You can watch the show if you like. Oh, there's lively chatter inside the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. And if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop us quick messages there as well. I started dipping in, because I was up so early this morning, I started dipping into the new season of Black Mirror. Do you guys watch Black Mirror? It's kind of like a modern take on The Twilight Zone for people who remember that show, but it's all right. It's just that show, it's given the absurdity of actual life now. It must be harder and harder to maintain a show that really breaks boundaries. This is the 7th season of Black Mirror, and I hadn't heard any preamble to it. Usually, it used to be when they would drop, because there's long periods of time in between seasons. I think Charlie Booker is the guy who does these. And so it's the 7th season. And, they stack these things with names and faces that you know. So it's not a bunch of scrubs. I mean, that's kind of the hook of Black Mirror, is that these wild, absurd, usually sci-fi tinge type things, but with actors and actresses that you know. And usually they'll make a big deal about a new season dropping because it's a very, very popular show. I didn't see anything about it. Maybe I just missed it, but I was clicking around early this morning and it came right up. on my Netflix, and so I dove right in. The first episode that they offer you is that's a real kick in the balls. So, caveat emptor, but it's getting harder and harder to outdo the absurdity of real life. And I don't know if that's good or bad. Don't know if that's good or bad. We're going to have Zoltan Casas in here later on. He's a very funny comic. He's never been on here before, but he's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. You may have seen him. He's blown up on social media like so many comedians have, but I just think he's a funny dude. And he has kind of a very easygoing way about him, but he does tackle some subjects that might at first blush seem controversial maybe sometimes, but the way that he approaches them is very interesting to me. But anybody trying to make art that is satiric or absurd, it's got to be tough to do now, man. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you make like sci-fi shows and you go, wouldn't this be wild if this happened? And you look out the window and you're like, do you see what's actually happening out there? Because, those shows are called documentaries, of course. But yeah, because the thing with Black Mirror, really the hook of it was in the early days of that show was you go, well, this is clearly a snapshot into where society is heading. And now you watch and you go, oh, this is where we are. I mean, it's not, so listen, it can't be easy to do when you're trying to come up with those shows. I'll tell you what, I went through the Looking Glass last night. You want to talk about absurdity. And again, this is with all due respect to our corporate overlords, but I'm a Jeopardy fan, and the ball game started a few minutes, got us out of here a few minutes early last night. So when I would normally be leaving here about 6:45, I got out of here a little bit earlier last night, and when I'm home in time, I'll watch Jeopardy. And immediately preceding that show is a show called The Wheel of Fortune. And over the past year, it has been hosted by one Ryan Seacrest. He is the heir apparent to all these old guys who retire. So when Regis went away, it was Seacrest. And when, it's just, his timing's great. He's good at he's a good host. He's good at keeping the trains running on time. He has really, really made himself a little cottage industry out of what he does. And he is the new host of Wheel of Fortune. It's he and Vanna White. And we've been running promos about the fact that it is iHeart Radio Week over the Wheel of Fortune. And boy, I'll tell you what, a larger shoehorn you'd be hard-pressed to find for something like this. And everybody's happy. And, listen, it's great branding for this company. It's got the logo all over the place. And I don't know that the puzzles really have. Well, actually, last night they did. They had a category that was ice. And then, of course, they were all very, very short with hyphens. And so all of these particular puzzles were under that umbrella. And so it was Ice Cube and it was Ice Tea and it was, where all that's going. And people were having a good time and getting some Ice Cube over there on the Wheel of Fortune. And, on a normal week, somebody wins a ton of money and they're still winning money, obviously, People know how that show works. It's been on for 60 goddamn years. But in addition to that, a lot of times you'll be like, you're going to Athens, Greece. You and your loved ones, that whole thing. And the prizes this week are prizes that we give away here. I don't mean like Creed at the Romo Fijo. I mean like the one guy got the big puzzle, and the prize was he got a trip to the iHeartRadio Country Festival.
I saw that. I was like, oh, boy.
In Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
And
but I live in Houston.
and we don't give away trips, obviously, the Country Festival, but it's kind of format specific, and we give away, the music festival, and I don't know if they're giving away tickets to the podcast awards. I don't know how that works, but watching last night, and again, this is all due to the fact that Ryan Seacrest is a longtime valued employee of this company, right? They've really greased up and grabbed ankle for that guy, and more power to him. But I would have loved to have been in those meetings where somebody suggested that they do iHeart Week over there at the Wheel of Fortune. I think it would have been a lot more fun and I think a lot more compelling if they had gone through the employee list and said, hey, would you like to be on the Wheel of Fortune? And I would have absolutely answered that call. because it would be a lot of fun. And listen, we used to play a lot of wheel games here on this show. You know, we had a big prize wheel that is spin it all the time, and it would land on things, and we'd have fun. And so, but it was thinking of Black Mirror. That was a connective tissue for me. Was the absurdity of Black Mirror, and then of course last night watching iHeart Week over there on the Wheel of Fortune.
Maybe it'll be a cool tie-in for the next round of layoffs the company has. Like you can go on and play for your severance. You know what I mean? Like you take 3 employees at a time because they'll fire hundreds, right? And you just get a whole season out of it. So the 3 people on there get to keep what they make. You know, you're going to have one guy that makes $200, and then one guy's going to get a trip to the country festival. He might try to sell that online for $5,000.
At this point, I think a lot of people might opt for what they do in the show Severance, right?
Yeah.
You have an innie and an outie. I don't want to remember what happens here. Yes. Yeah. I don't know what my innie is doing. I only know what my outie is doing. My outie is going to the country festival.
Imagine your innie's like just judging himself. He finds out. He's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, but listen, to their credit, you know, obviously they're going to leverage the star power of Ryan Seacrest. So this week it's a lot of it's not just the contestants, it's a lot of celebrity guests too and things like that. And one of them that I heard in the promos was Flavor Flav, who's been on this show. Yeah, boy. It's got to be strange. I mean, listen, by the time it doesn't matter how hardcore you once were, by the time you're pushing 70, things are going to be a little different for you. And you're going to do whatever you got to do. But it must be strange, you know, to look back on the course of your life and career. Somebody like Flavor Flav came up through Public Enemy, and then you're doing Wheel of Fortune. But listen, who better to do it? You'll know what time it is. You'll know how much time you've got. He's a very talented guy.
I wonder if they're going to have to like have him wear something that isn't an actual functioning clock.
I don't know.
Because they don't want to let people know that show isn't live.
Well, I think that he should have a giant Apple Watch around his neck, like a digital, you know what I mean? Up with the times. If Apple hasn't done that, if they haven't proffered that to him, I really think they're missing out. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can watch on our YouTube channel. You can email the show at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Can Third Federal guarantee you the lowest rate on your purchase mortgage even before you find a house? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Only Third Federal guarantees you the lowest rate on a purchase mortgage, and only Third Federal locks in your rate at pre-approval even before you find a house. At Third Federal, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest. If you find a rate lower than ours, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 15th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So for the lowest rate guarantee and free closing costs, call Third Federal today. Visit us online at thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
Right now at Third Federal, lock in today's rate of 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Atlas SE, $339 a month, $339 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen.
best-selling author almost overnight. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Go Boy, and start listening today.
Some people believe there's no such thing as a coincidence.
Very difficult to believe.
So our plan for you to hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guess who's going to be on the show in a couple of weeks? Christie Brinkley.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Like for real?
Yes, I'm going to talk to Christie Brinkley. She's got a book called Uptown Girl.
Oh, my goodness.
30th of this month, end of the month.
In the studio?
No, I'll have her. She'll be on Zoom.
I just had every single thing I have crossed.
At least
you were going to
see her
say
on
yes.
video, though.
Well, a lot of times I opt for, when people are doing junkets, I ask for Zoom because it sounds better, but a lot of times they have their camera off.
Oh, okay.
Like Ed Helms had his camera on. A lot of people don't. I wonder if Christie Brinkley will.
Oh, God, I hope she does.
I don't
She
know.
should.
Yeah, that would be great.
Oh, the Christie Brinkley.
I'm going to refer to her as Christine Brinkley Joel.
I'm sure she would love that.
Well, they have a kid.
Yeah,
Uptown Girl is Christie Brinkley's memoir.
Oh, that is so exciting, man. I have always had such a thing for Christie Brinkley.
It's wild, though, too, those old school modeling stories. You know, her story is that she was 20 in 1974, and she was discovered standing up against a phone booth in Paris, right? And that doesn't really happen that much anymore because everybody who wants to be a model is so goddamn thirsty on social media, where they call themselves a model because they post their own videos. But yeah, those old school modeling stories are pretty wild. We were talking about Gin Blossoms yesterday. They are coming to Cleveland. They announced that show out at MGM Northfield Park. I don't know if I'll have tickets for you. I have to imagine I will. This is a great song, too. Found out about you. This is easily their darkest song. This is about a guy stalking his ex-girlfriend. But they're going to play MGM Northfield Park on July the 25th. And it's funny because as I was going, you know, I most days I'll do a post-mortem on the show. I'll go through it, see what I liked, what I didn't like, where I screwed up, those kinds of things. And we were talking about Gin Blossoms yesterday, and we went down a bit of a rabbit hole, and then we started talking about gin in general. And I'd always thought that the gin blossom referred to the juniper tree. You know, gin is distilled from juniper berries. It's a botanical. And so I was like, oh, I assume that gin blossoms are referring to the tree. But then we got off into the whole thing with, where's my drink? Bring my drink. We got into that whole thing. And then we were talking about old-timey slang. And so I'm going, I wonder if gin blossoms were like old-timey slang for when a guy got drunk and popped his wife in the eye. Well, it's not.
Dark.
But it is slang. Gin blossom is what they referred to like when alcoholics would get the big red nose. It's technically rosacea is the skin condition. But, you know, back in the day, they get out of here, rummy. You know, they would have they get the big red nose, right? Because it's alcohol related, excessive alcohol consumption. You get this weird case of rosacea and it makes your nose blow up. And that redness is called a gin blossom, which I'm sure that's old-timey slang, but I love that stuff. I thought for sure that they were referring to the tree from which the berries come. But no, gin blossom.
I'm working on getting one of those. I figure at this point,
after nose?
After all the conversation we had yesterday, I feel like, what do they say, first step is admittal?
Yes,
admission.
admitting, yeah.
So yeah.
Well, listen, that's why they do National Red Nose Day, as I understand it, every year. That's to celebrate alcoholism.
I'm not sure that's what it is.
Are you sure?
I think it's different. Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
They just had it. It was end of March.
I thought it was for Rudolph. I missed the point, too, but it was not.
It's to donate. Red Nose Day has become its own thing to the point where they barely tell you what it is. They're just like, hey, donate to Red Nose Day. Provide support for somebody trying to get by in the face of poverty and injustice. Blah, blah, blah. No, that's all good stuff. But yeah, Red Nose Day. Okay, so that is not a celebration of alcoholism.
I never knew that.
That is not a celebration of cirrhosis of the liver.
That's coming.
Alan, the White Sox are losing. Are they? Wow. I didn't even check, and I could have told you that.
Was it 5-3?
5-1 in the
5-1.
bottom of the fourth. Yeah, they a little over an hour ago, they started the businessman special over there. A cold, windy day at Progressive Field.
That's what I said. I walked in here today and I saw all these people. I'm like, why is everyone here? I'm like, oh, that's right. There's a
ball game.
Afternoon ball game.
Yeah.
But then none of them are going because it's cold and they're a bunch of pussies.
Yeah, but you know what? I see a lot of guys taking like their little boys to those kinds of games, which is always kind of cute. I didn't do a whole lot with my dad growing up, but we would go to, now granted, I grew up in a Cubs family. So when I was a kid, we got taken to Cubs games. And my brother, I assume he and I both found our teams out of spite. I grew up, made myself a lifelong Sox fan. My brother grew up as a Brewers fan, right up the road from us there in Milwaukee. Robin Yount and Paul Molitor and all those classic guys on the Brewers.
So is being a White Sox fan in Chicago kind of like figuring out you're gay at a young age? Like, what age did you figure out that you were a White Sox fan?
No, because it's just geographically based. So the White Sox are a South Side team.
No matter what.
The Cubs are a North Side team.
Okay.
I mean, obviously there's people from both, but
Yeah.
it's like I grew up in a North Side family. They were all Cubs fans because, and listen, Chicago is a Cubs town. That's like the team everybody knows nationally and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to belabor the point again.
Well, that's what I mean. You were a North Side family, but you became a White Sox fan. So was that the same thing? Like, did you just know at a young age you were a White Sox fan?
No. I did it out of spite.
On purpose? Like,
yes.
purposely did it? Okay.
I made
All
a
right.
conscious effort. I'm going to be a White Sox fan. There is still, I think I've softened a great deal on it. But, people accuse me of being a contrarian for its own sake. And that's not the case, but it was for a long time. And so, yeah, as a kid, because, we were constantly told what to do and what not to do. And so it was, to me, it was a quiet form of rebellion with zero stakes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I
the
get
the
that.
lowest stakes possible is me at a young age deciding I was going to be a Chicago White Sox fan.
So this pain was chosen, not necessarily just
All
happened.
of my pain has been chosen.
Got
Lane
it.
Staley said it. Mad season. So I made a conscious decision to be a White Sox fan, which to me is somewhat more meaningful in the sports sphere because sports is, it's not too far to say, it is very much like religion. It is, and I'm not talking about people for whom that is their religion, is sports, but it is very much in the sense that you're just raised in what you're raised in.
Right.
And so, like my youngest brother, I don't think he cares about sports at all. So he has no affiliations. And I've moved around a lot in my career. There's a very nomadic line of work. I've been in Cleveland for quite a while now, but I lived in a lot of places before. And so you kind of carry your teams with you. At least I did. People go, we live here now. You should be a fan. I'm like, please.
Well, yeah, you can't do that.
You
but
can't shut Cleveland Indians fans up in other cities, all right? Don't give me that. What, you'd move to Dallas and become a Cowboys fan? Hell no. Nobody does that.
I'm definitely a Guardians fan.
They want us to do that because we're public figures and are talking about these teams. That's why they want
Yeah.
that. But you don't care if your neighbor is from Portland and a Trailblazers fan.
No. But I definitely became a fan of the Guardians, though, because I didn't really have a team when I got here. You know what I mean? Like, I spent all those years
You
rooting for a
adopted
team
it.
that I no longer care for.
Well, you were in New England rooting for the Yankees.
Right, yeah. So again, I was always kind of used to...
You were a pariah already.
Oh, yeah.
In
I've
Red
always,
Sox land.
And always hated the Red Sox. It's just like, so here it's great. Like, they hate them too. So it doesn't matter. Like, it's kind of fit in. But no, I fell in love with this team for sure. Like, that's one that I can actually say isn't because I live here. Like, I'll root for the Browns, but if they play the Patriots, I won't.
I have happily claimed the Cleveland Guardians, but I will always root for my team.
Of course.
So when those teams are in town, I will root. Guardians, boo, you suck.
Yeah.
But then the next day, like, yay, Cleveland won, yay. So again, this is not anything that's going to cause any sleepless nights because To me, it was a fait accompli that the Chicago White Sox were not only going to lose, but going to get swept by the Guardians, which they are in process of doing.
It's not necessary. It's not over till it's over.
That is true.
It ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over until it's over.
Yogi Berra.
That's right. So when this Michigas ends today and the White Sox return, heads hung low, although they do get to go back to Chicago, and that's always great. Guardians will stay home and play the Royals tomorrow night. The Cavaliers play tonight as well. It is their, what's the third to last? What's the word? I can never remember that. It's penultimate is second to last. Third to last is anti-penultimate. Hey, tonight.
Okay. You say so.
Tonight, the anti-penultimate game of the regular season as the Cavaliers are in Indianapolis to play the Pacers tonight at 7 o'clock.
Add that to the list of things I've never heard before.
Well, you can't say that anymore.
Well,
right? Put that on the list.
No, I'll
baby.
hear it again. I just won't know what it means the next time I hear it either.
Yeah. Well, I forget every time, too. I had to Google it. Cavs Pacers tonight, 7 o'clock, 6:30 pregame here on the Buzzer. And then they will go to New York to play the Knicks tomorrow night. Sunday, come home for the final regular season game, again against the Pacers. Use the promo code HOMERUN20. In my mind, I'm already gone to the baseball side. And that's your promo code for the month of April at CLE Clothing Company. There's always new Buzzer merch dropping over there. Any number of things that proclaim your love for the land over at CLE Clothing. So home run and the number 20 for 20% off, whatever you want to get over there. Alan, tell Rob he can F himself. Sox Nation doesn't need him. Red Sox. Is that what they call themselves? Sox Nation?
Yeah, everybody with the nation, the nonsense. Just stop it. The same thing with this idiot, what's his face, with the no shoes, Kenny Chesney. They have a flag hanging at Gillette Stadium. No shoes nation. No. You're a group of fans filling a stadium one night a year. No nation, stop.
With respect.
There is no nation anywhere.
With respect. Our good friend Mark Nolan, who hosts
the
Magic Morning Show here, his fan base is called the Nolan Nation.
I get it.
Rob.
I get it. But guess what? It's not. It's not a nation.
But because of the iHeartRadio app, we have people listening all over this great nation. Now, I would never call this fan base the Cox Nation, because quite frankly, if you're a fan of this show, you don't want anyone to know, and I understand that. So I've never offered a collective name to the people who listen to this program. I think that that's information best left unmentioned. But Sox Nation, okay.
It's dumb. And especially that it's the Red Sox. You gotta shoot a note with that. That's going to be your text. Oh, screw you, Rob. I like the Red Sox. Red Sox Nation.
Alan, did you heckle the Cubs batters like Ferris and Cameron when you were a kid? Swing, batter, he can it, swing, batter, hey, batter, swing, batter. No, I didn't do that. I'm not a heckler. I'm not a guy screaming at sporting events. I'm there to enjoy the competition, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there to enjoy the men and women who are our last real gladiators in this country, our sports figures. And I'm there to appreciate their talents, but I'm not a screamer. I'm not yelling at the ref. I'm not telling a millionaire he sucks as I'm sitting in the cheap seats.
Yeah.
I understand that's cathartic for fans. Hey, you suck! Like, he cares what you think. That's why I can't ever, and I know being very, very wealthy and successful doesn't, it's not going to make your head any more right. But I am always kind of amazed when I see professional athletes get mad at fans. And maybe just because they're so frequently heckled, maybe that's what it is. And one night you go, you know what? And you climb into the stands and you give them the old Ron Artest. But
I've only seen it really backfire once. My friend Jimmy, he was a big Patriot fan. He would get end zone seats, and he would hang over the end zone. He's been on television a million times wearing that stupid Pat Patriot hat, and he would just scream at everyone. Anybody you could scream at, he screamed at, right?
Yeah.
He made Ray Lewis cry.
Wow.
Like, that turned out to be the worst possible thing that ever happened because they stomped a hole in the Patriots that game to stop them from continuing on in the playoffs. And during the interview in the post game, he talked about this a-hole fan that was just screaming that he was a murderer, and he was all. It's the worst possible backfire of all time. He was just screaming at it. Yeah, murderer! Just drunk, And well, he showed us. This fan really got to me, and they called me a murderer.
He called me a murderer.
Well, you are.
Right.
That's sort of
a jury of your peers determined that you were.
That did, yeah, right. But according to him,
if you didn't want that, you shouldn't have killed that guy.
Or
girl or whatever.
It wasn't that way. He didn't do it.
Maybe confuse him for Ray Caruth. So many Rays out there. Hard to tell one from the next.
Loud noises!
That was Jimmy. Just for any reason possible.
Yeah.
I got to find a picture of this guy. He's exactly, you would look at this picture and go, oh yeah, I've seen that guy on television 50 times. He looks like, it's the stereotypical what you would say about a New England Patriot fan. You'd be like, oh yeah, that guy's from Boston.
Kimberly in Elyria is really trying to get me to not jettison Cox Nation so soon. Yeah, well, thank you,
I didn't
Kimberly.
hate it, but...
Well, it's not going to go anywhere, but that would be silly. People can make their own jokes.
Alan, hey, hating the show lately. It's really been terrible. Still listening, though. I'm not sure why. I can't get away. But, all right, let's ask you a question. What's your favorite between the two, pancakes or French toast? Both are universally loved breakfast foods, and I can't wait to hear your hot take about how they both suck. So, hate the show. Let's keep it as crappy as possible. Seems like you're doing it, so keep it up.
I am doing. Well, first of all, I reject the premise to say that pancakes and what did he say? Pancakes and what?
French toast.
That pancakes and French toast are universally loved. That's not true.
Why not?
Because there are people who don't like pancakes or French toast.
Well, of course.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's universally loved, that means everyone to a person. There's unanimity in there. And so I reject the premise. I will say, I saw a meme that said waffles are just pancakes with abs. And I rather like that one. If I go to a place to have breakfast, I will get like eggs and meat, right? But once in a while, I'll say, man, I got a sweet tooth. I'll get like a thing of waffles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to say, put a gun to my head, pancakes or French toast, that's tough. Because the French toast, you got the eggs in there. It's always good to get some eggs in.
But if one has to go away forever, and you had to make...
If one has to go away forever, because they're both so versatile, Rob.
Right.
Golly, if one had to go away forever, I mean, pancakes can be real heavy. I don't know. I to his point, I'm not going to tell you they both suck. I wouldn't opt for either of them. But if I had to... I'm sensing pancakes on you, Rob.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, not French toast.
No, I mean, I like French toast, but if I had to choose between one, you can do so much more with the pancake.
You can?
You can put blueberries in it. You can put chocolate chips in it.
You can do all that with French toast.
I know, but French toast is always going to have that cinnamon, egg, sugar stuff on it. And I don't necessarily want that every time.
You make them with egg, but you don't have to put all that other stuff you can put on them. Now, pancakes you can put in them.
But if you go to any breakfast place right now and say, I'll have French toast, they're not going to say, do you want cinnamon, but it's going to come with it.
Okay.
See?
Well, they have a lot of different kinds, though. They're like, oh, do you want peach compote on there?
No, I don't.
No.
I want French toast flavored French toast.
No, that is a good point. You can't put chocolate chips in the French toast. Unless the bread is already...
And the pancake is just a much better delivery system for a breakfast item.
And like those Japanese pancakes, the ones that float like clouds.
Well, like I said,
never had a Japanese pancake.
I am still largely a contrarian. So if you guys like pancakes,
hard to choose.
Then
You're
going to
go French toast.
Yes,
I saw
of
that.
Course, Japanese. It also depends, Kat, on how hard you want to work. Because if I want stuff in my French toast, I will put small X-Acto knife slices into the side of the toast, and then I will take a tweezers and I will individually add chocolate chips.
Just to say he could do it.
Anyone can do it, Rob.
I showed you idiots.
It depends
Look
how
what
hard
I did.
It depends on how hard you're willing to work.
For God's sake.
And I'm always willing to work hard.
Just admit it.
I think if I had to, Oh God, I don't know.
I really
I
thought
can't
I'd choose French toast.
I can't believe that is such a silly question, but I can't believe that it's one that's making me wonder what I would do. I'm gonna go. I should have said they both suck. He gave me an out.
He sure did.
Oatmeal.
Now
I go with
French
oatmeal.
toast.
French toast. Yeah, maybe. In the moment, if somebody said, do you want pancakes or French toast? Because French toast, you have 2 pieces, right? Pancakes, you get like 6. Maybe that's what it is. Too many pancakes. They're too big.
You're saying
I'm going to go French toast. I'm going to go French toast.
your answer for the reason you don't want pancakes to win over French toast is because you get too many of them?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I don't like to waste food.
Fun my ass.
No, I am, but I don't like to waste food. I like as much as I know I can eat. That's why I asked for half a pancake. Hey, you want to go see Modest Mouse? I bet these guys are pancake people. Modest Mouse is celebrating the 20th anniversary of their album Good News for people who love bad news. And so they're going to play the Temple Live over at the Cleveland Masonic, just steps away from us. Friday, June 20th is the show. TempleLive.com for all the details. Tickets here for you. Caller 10. We're going to see Modest Mouse. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Jeffrey, this woman, you just send her a grocery list. She buys your groceries for you. You drive out, meet her in a parking lot.
WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to text me. That number remains the same even if you don't want to text me. You're not changing it. Alan, F all you guys. Biscuits and gravy are better than both pancakes and French toast.
Wasn't one of the choices, homeboy.
Wasn't one of the choices. You know, my dad was from the deep south, and so I grew up eating a lot of that. I grew up eating a lot of like soul food and things like that. And the biscuits and gravy, that's where I had to part company on the culinary side of that whole thing. I like the greens, and I like all that kind of stuff, but like the biscuits and the gravy, and it's not for me. Alan, pancakes are the soggy ass cheeks of breakfast.
What the fuck? That's so funny.
I don't even know what that means.
Because he's saying the pancakes will get soggy if you leave them.
But it all gets soggy.
You gotta
I mean,
put the syrup on right before you eat it. You know,
it's all soggy. I'm not even
Yeah, it is
factoring
all
that
soggy.
in. It's fine.
It's
I mean,
wet and sloppy.
Sure. It really is. Maybe there were pancakes in the road. Maybe that's why maybe it wasn't so much rain. I know we've been getting a lot of rain, but maybe it wasn't so much that as it was the breakfast truck colliding.
Wet and sloppy.
Alan, how about a nice crepe? You know, we lived in Ohio City for many years, and right there at Fulton and Bridge, I think, there's this long-standing little French bistro called Le Petit Triangle. And we would go in there on Sunday mornings for crepes, and they were good, boy. Because you try to make it at home, it's real easy to screw up crepes, unless you really know what you're going to. Alan, don't forget the cost of eggs and tariffs on the European Union will probably hit the toast imports. Boy, I didn't think about that. There's everything else, you know, with the back and forth with the tariffs. I know that there was a guy talking about like, oh, really? Do you want iPhones made in the United States? Because they'll cost you way more than they do now. Maybe better that we continue turning a blind eye to Chinese child labor when it comes to our technology.
That would be like me watching an NBA game being like, oh, it's easy to score a basket. The reality is it's the most complex supply chain in the world. And they're able to make them at $1,000 is because of the supply chain that's really been built over the last decade. You build that in the US, there'll be $3,500 iPhones. It would take Apple $30 billion and 3 years to move just 10% of the supply chain to the US.
Mm-hmm. So what he's trying to say is that's not going to happen.
Right.
I mean, they already, who was it? Intel already pulled the rug out from underneath. They were going to build some big thing down in Columbus. And it's not like it was going to be some huge job creator. I think they were literally going to have like 30 people there. So a couple of security guards, then, you know, people working on the line or whatever. But whoever it was that years ago made this big show about the fact that they were going to be creating some new plant in Ohio. I think it was Intel. And then they said, no, we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, now we're good.
Something like that.
Chappelle had the same take on the iPhone thing. That was years ago, one of those specials when he first came back.
Yeah.
He talked about, he's like, yeah, Trump wants to bring all that stuff here. He's like, if you do, he's like, the iPhone's going to cost $9,000.
Yeah, right. Because people don't know how anything works. Least of all Donald Trump.
Because we want jobs, not those jobs.
Yeah. Well, there was that meme that was making the rounds that came out of China. The AI meme that was fat Americans making things,
yeah,
right?
sewing.
Sweating over the sewing sweatshops. That's why they call them that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the EU toast imports. This is why I've got my father-in-law is a financial advisor. I should ask him about that. Alan is a French toast connoisseur. Not all restaurants, in fact, most restaurants, no cinnamon on your French toast.
Stop it.
Nor do they offer it on the table. I'll say that, right? I don't need boysenberry syrup.
No, it's not on the table, but it comes with it.
Speaking of syrup, you know, they are worried about that as well in the midst of will they or won't they with all these tariffs and the decimation of the global relationships that we have made, right? We decided to pick a fight with Canada for no reason. None of this has any basis in logic. They're worried because of tariffs and things that there might be widespread syrup fraud coming from Canada. It is liquid gold up there, right? I mean, they made a movie called Sticky Heist, or what was it? The Sticky something. Margot Martindale, one of our greatest underrated actresses in anything, is in this thing on Hulu that I think is a fictionalized version of a real story about a maple syrup heist. U.S. tariffs, the threats of them could fuel maple syrup fraud, right? People getting in where there is, the economy, like nature, abhors a vacuum. And so they're worried about syrup fraud. Now, Donald Trump never met a fraud he didn't want to be part of, so if they're smart, they will cut him in. But maple syrup, real maple syrup. I'm not talking Mrs. Butterworth. You go to the store, it's in the glass maple leaf with the tiny handle. And it was already more expensive, but that's for people who want the real maple syrup. Liquid gold. It's long been a target for syrup fraud, because you don't know what you're getting, right? They could dilute it. They could substitute it with lesser syrups. You go, well, what is this? Is this maple syrup? Ish. Oh, no. You didn't sell me a case of oak syrup, did you? And so even the threat of tariffs, if you're going to increase the cost of things coming from Canada, like maple syrup, you're going to have other people who are motivated to try to screw you. And so food fraud in general is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And it has the added effect of actually having concrete impacts in people. Like, you could be hurt. You could get sick. Things like that. I don't know if that's probably the case with maple syrup. Probably not. It's just sugar.
No, I think what will happen is they'll use more Vermont maple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Because Vermont maple syrup, damn close to the Canadian OG stuff.
You mean geographically?
Flavor.
Flavor.
Yeah, man, that stuff is
iHeart Week on
fantastic.
Wheel of Fortune. It all ties together.
And Vermont maple syrup is the bomb.
Canada produces more than 70% of the world's maple syrup, and Quebec is the capital of that production. Last year alone, they exported about $450 million worth of maple syrup to the United States. That's why, syrup tankers up there are legit getting hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
We laugh about it, but yeah, that happens up there. And obviously, anytime there are harsh economic times, and Trump is doing his damnedest to cripple the economy, food, every kind of fraud goes up. People see an opportunity because supply chains are destabilized and climate is only going to make these things worse. So as you and I, the consumers, I don't know how we could tell that we're not getting fake maple syrup. But they are concerned. Every nation has its own concerns amid all of this economic uncertainty, which is, by the way, the nicest way to put what's going on. Economic uncertainty, right? It's market manipulation and insider trading is what it really is. But okay, market uncertainty is what we'll call it. But fake maple syrup here in the United States, who knows? There's a guy, where was this? There's a guy who's really upset because he called 911 and the woman, the operator, was ordering a McGriddle. Now, this wasn't one of the choices. That guy who called, he goes, hey, pancake or French toast. This lady wanted a McGriddle. That the thing that's like a tiny pancake with syrup in it and it's got meat in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Egg and
is that what it is?
Stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
I think
pancake
so.
sandwich, kind of.
It's a pancake sandwich.
I've never had one, but I've seen
I haven't
them.
either. Yeah, they look good. A man in Georgia called 911. His wife saw someone snooping around their house. And so he called and heard the woman ordering a McGriddle. And I guess he maybe went above her in the 911 dispatch chain and filed a complaint.
My wife called me while I was at work at about 9:30 and said someone, was snooping around the house, knocking on the doors, banging on the windows and stuff. I was panicking because, my wife is home alone with my 5-month-old daughter. And I was, coming home, not knowing what I was going to come home to.
McGriddle? Sorry, what?
That should never happen. Your ordering breakfast should be different from your
answering a call, and the two should never intertwine.
I like his explanation. That should never happen. Case closed. That's Chester Ellis. He's the county commission chairman there down in Chatham County in Georgia. But boy, imagine that.
911, what's your emergency?
I have someone trying to break into my home.
Hold on. Could I get the French toast, no cinnamon? Could I get...
Wait, excuse me?
Are
Hello?
you there, sir?
Hello?
Someone's breaking into your house?
Yes. Did you just
Hold,
order
please.
breakfast?
Hello, 911, what's your emergency?
Hi, someone is breaking into my house.
Hold on, please. Hey, could I get that extra...
Is this guy seriously ordering breakfast?
I'm a woman, sir.
Oh, is this woman seriously ordering
Sir,
breakfast?
I'm a man. Hold,
Ma'am,
please.
sir, damn it all.
Oh, thanks, Obama. Yeah, that'd be pretty wild, right? And listen, she's got to eat too. In her defense, I don't know how long she'd been there. You talk to a 911 dispatcher, they're like, yeah, it's long hours, it's thankless, whatever. But, you know, they have people screaming at them all the time. I mean, I know people give 911 operators a hard time, but you also got to realize, like, most of the time 911 is ever in the news anymore. It's not for this. It's because somebody called them screaming that their McGriddle was wrong. And they got to go, ma'am, this is for murders and stuff.
Yeah.
Not for this.
Is it Chatham County or Chatham itself?
Chatham County, Georgia.
Okay, so in the county. All right, so the county's big, 300,000 people.
Yep.
But if you can answer the phone remotely, say, right, and a call comes in, and you're in the process of finishing what you're saying while you order or you answer, 911, can I? Yes, McGriddle. What can I do for you? That's about the time that took, right?
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, I was calling for someone breaking into my home. Are you eating?
I'm sorry, sir, breaking in. What did you say?
I was just letting you know that I'd like to have an officer sent to the home, please.
Yeah, hold on, please.
Sir?
What a good eating impression I did there. A really good eating
It was
impression.
instant. I knew what you were doing.
Yeah, can you tell that I'm not super familiar with this thing called eating?
Yeah.
Anywho.
Just do the swallowing salad sound.
Gulp, gulp,
Yeah.
gulp.
Gulp.
Could be another thing that you were doing as well, but
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, so, I mean,
But is that really a big deal?
What's
Like,
that?
If you can answer the phone remotely, like you listen back to what that person did. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing.
I envision her with the headset on for 911, and she has her own phone on the side going, yeah, I'd like to get a McGriddle. But
Right.
also, do it on the app, bro. Do it on the app.
Or even if she was in the car and she was answering a call, which, again, she clearly probably was not, right? But she said, yeah, McGriddle. Okay, back to the person. It wasn't like she spent, excuse me, could you hold just 1 second?
Yeah, but
can I have 2 McGriddles, please? I'd like a coffee, some hash browns. Oh, you know what? Make it 3 McGriddles. Okay, ma'am, just 1 more second. This person's just an idiot. It's wrong on the screen. That's a problem. But a quick, hey, can I have a McGriddle? You were saying? Not a huge deal.
I was calling because somebody is snooping around my house, but now my wife is dead.
Okay, that's a
I
big
no
deal.
longer need an officer.
No longer need any help.
Sir, would a couple of freshly made McGriddles make you feel better upon the untimely death of your
I
wife?
got a couple in the bag here. I'm just not going to eat now. I've lost my
golly,
appetite.
I hate to my hash browns are underdone.
You've just made me lose my appetite, sir.
Brian has been calling a lot. Now, you're going to know this song. And I love this song. And I love what he does with it. I have such an affinity for this artist. And by artist, of course, I mean Brian. He can just take raw musical clay and mold it into whatever he wants.
I want you to be my acrobat. I want you to be my lover.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course, the great Elton John, right? That was a big hit for him. A song called Little Genie, 1980. And my mom was remains a huge Elton John fan. It is one of my most recent regrets that it was, I think it was pre-COVID. It was 2 or 3, however goddamn long that was, when Elton John, it wasn't a farewell tour, because he's not touring anymore, at least not at that scope. Elton John came to play the Romo Fijo, and I had tickets, and I was going to go. We weren't down here yet. We're still at Oak Tree, and it was snowing that night, and I go, I don't want to go down there. I regret it. I really regret not going to see Elton John, because I grew up listening to a lot of Elton John because my mom loves him. And so Little Genie and all that stuff. It was constantly, because my mom was always playing albums in the house, always playing a lot of Elton John. So there's nothing Brian can do to ruin it for me. He can only make it better.
I want you to be my acrobat. I want you to be my lover.
You know, famously, Elton John, he was the musician, and Bernie Taupin, his songwriting partner, was the lyricist. But Elton John wrote this song. He wrote Little Genie. And it was so, so good. Love that. Little Genie and Daniel and that electric piano that he would play. Oh, man.
Yellow Brick Road.
Oh, God.
I love that song.
One of my favorite songs of all time is Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. But Elton John, I mean, when you think about it, to this day, this guy's out there just slam poon.
Wait, no.
And, I'm sorry? Little Genie, Rob, he's singing all of his songs. He's singing to girls. He's like, Island Girl.
Yeah.
What you living in the white man's world.
He also...
Right? He was singing that song to Kat. She had her braids in.
A song called Nikita, but none of those songs...
Nikita, that was to a dog.
Remember who was coming up with the lyrics, Alan?
Bernie Taupin?
Yeah.
Don't Go Breaking My Heart, right? Massive, massive hit with an artist named Kiki D. He was singing to her. They had just split up. Elton John's looking at her, and he's imploring her. Listen, look at me. I'm a world-famous musician.
Have
right?
you not seen the film?
Men want to be me. Women want to be with me. Seen what film?
Take the woo out of women. And you're going to be a little more on track for Sir Elton John.
That's what I say when I pull out, Rob. I'm going to take the woo out of the woman.
Woo!
As if I pull out. Anyway, I love Little Genie. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. You've done me a favor one more time.
So you never got to see Elton John?
Never. And I'm like, oh, my God. So I have to think that at some point he'll get bored being at home. His kids are getting older. And, you know, he's got this album with Brandi Carlile out, which is just unbelievable. She's super talented, too. But love Elton John, and I'm so bummed that I go, I'm not going to go see. Because I think it was before he said, maybe it was the beginning of the farewell tour. I don't remember what it was. It was years ago. But it was right downtown, right here.
I saw him and Billy Joel on that face-to-face tour. And it was when Billy Joel was at his absolute drunkest. Like when he was just every night getting spilled out on stage. And we had, nosebleed seats. But Billy Joel had this massive television in front of him, just being able to, put all the words on the screen because he couldn't even remember the words.
I've seen him a couple of times.
Billy Joel?
I've never seen Elton John.
Elton John smoked him.
So I have to think at some point Elton John will be like, I want to go back and do some shows.
I don't know, man.
I know.
The way Elton John plays and the stuff that he did, the jumping. He was still at that point, he was still kicking the stool, the piano out and playing. He was Elton John at that point.
Guy's almost 80.
And now you see, like, he's got that thing with the eyes.
Yeah.
Can't see. I can't see, God damn it.
I want you to be my acrobat. I want you to be my lover.
And I've known quite a few. But
anyway. This was one of his last girlfriends that he had.
No.
He was. I'm sorry.
No.
And he was singing a song to her, Rob.
So I don't think that's. I don't think that's right.
Well,
is that Gene? Little Genie.
Gene from Parma. Geannie. I'm gonna have to ask Gene from Parma next time I see him if he ever had sex with Elton John. That's a deep dive, boy. Don't hide that one from me, Gene. He's calling with little pithy comments, and
one time I had sex with Elton John. Gene from Parma.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, we dated for a couple of years. It was no big deal.
It wasn't.
Gene from Parma.
Yeah, it was his crocodile rock era. Not my favorite. Hey, you want to go see the Psychedelic Furs? Richard Butler, man, I love this guy. The quintessential, kind of mod, emo, British pop singer. Love Psychedelic Furs. They're on the Made of Rain tour. That was their first album in a long time. And they got the Mission UK with them. That's the 1-2 punch if you want to do 80s Britpop. MGM Northfield Park, Saturday, June 28th. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for the details. And then we'll party like it's 1988, boy. So 2 for the psych first. You want to go be caller number 10. And I'll see you there. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Chance of rain tonight with patchy fog and a low of 37. A slight chance of rain Friday. Could see a few morning flakes and a high 42. Saturday, mostly cloudy, 47.
This report is sponsored by Burton Sheet Metal Heating Cooling Specialists. You're not just a homeowner, you're also an air conditioner that only works sometimes owner. You need cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard. Visit BurtonSheetMetal.com for your estimate today.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 15th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Rate lock renews automatically to current rate after 60 days or upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
This is the sound of creamy, delicious Organic Valley milk. This is the sound of an Organic Valley farm where that milk comes from and where the wildlife is protected. Yeah, drink it in. Learn more at ov.coop.
Come on, girl! Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket, own the dream.
The Jeep Celebration event is your chance to start a brand new adventure. And right now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE for $399 a month for 24 months with $3,757 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 20,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 4/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
WesBanco and Premier Bank joining forces means even more for you. More products, more tools, more turning goals into reality. Premier Bank is becoming WesBanco. Visit westbanco.com. WesBanco Inc. is a member FDIC.
Hey, it's Doogie here for the experts in bathroom remodeling, Premier Home Pros. That's right, they're the pros in bathroom remodels because they're fast, high quality, and hassle-free. But did you know that they're also pros in saving you money? Just go to premier-homepros.com and tell them that you heard it on the radio and get a special offer of $2,000 off of your final order at time of purchase. That's right, $2,000 off your dream bathroom, premier-homepros.com.
Family dinners are meant to bring everyone together. At Mr. Hero, we offer family packs to please the whole gang. Choose any 4 sandwiches and any 4 sidekicks. Then pick your favorite 2-liter and enjoy.
I crave the hero.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and
wild because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Want to join us in here? 35192. Give me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can email there for anything. Make sure that you hit up the contest page there as well. See what we're giving away, where we're going to be. I am actually going to be out in Avon for a couple of hours, right in my backyard out there on Saturday. The grand opening of the brand new Dick's Sporting Goods. I'll be from 11 to 1. I'll be standing there. Doing what? I don't know. I'll be probably shopping for some new fly fishing gear or something if all goes well. But brand new Dick's Sporting Goods opening up out in Avon, and I'm going to be part of that grand opening weekend. So 11 to 1, I'll be out there. So if you're out Avon way, you should come tip a cap and see what we're giving away, and, we'll go from there. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, it is a free digital app that we offer to you, because we couldn't possibly charge for it, that you can avail yourself of and listen no matter where you are across these United States. And if you do it from out of state, tell me where. Evan is one of our bureau chiefs in Minneapolis. Joe listens in Dallas. Robin is a Canadian bureau chief. He's up in Toronto. Nick listens in Ellabelle, Georgia. I wonder if that's in Chatham County. Was it Chatham County? What was it?
Georgia.
Taylor is in Rexburg, Idaho. And Marty listens in Cedar Point, Illinois. I assume that's downstate. I'm not hip to Cedar Point, but that's where he is. I was talking on Monday about how I took my daughter to see the Minecraft movie this past weekend. It's Jack Black. It's Jason Momoa. It is a huge, huge hit. There is a character that they pair with. There's a subplot that involves Jennifer Coolidge, who is the two kids that are kind of the main characters that are in the group with Jack Black and Jason Momoa and Danielle Brooks. In the real world, not the Minecraft world, there's a subplot with Jennifer Coolidge, who is the local high school principal, recently divorced. And she's dating one of the Minecraft characters who makes his way back into the real world. And he's silent for the entire film. But then there's a mid-credits scene. And again, it's not a spoiler. If you're going to see it, you're going to see it. But there is a mid-credits scene where she's having dinner. And it turns out that the guy does talk, and it's Matt Berry's voice.
Yes.
And I love Matt Berry. I mean, I love Toast of London is a great show. He had a show that lasted one season on the BBC called Year of the Rabbit that I don't know if people are hip to, but I think it's on Amazon, and it's awesome. And I just love Matt Berry. He's on What We Do in the Shadows. That just ended its run over there on FX.
Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah. And he has a way with words, He has a way of pronouncing things and just his own. He's a musician as well. So in addition to doing a lot of sketch comedy in England, he always feels like he's on the precipice of being huge in the United States. He'll pop up in things. He was the voice of the robot in the first season of Fallout, the Amazon show they made of the video game. He was the robot in that. He was the voice of the beaver in the animated film The Wild Robot, which is probably the last thing to make me tear up, was the movie The Wild Robot. It was from a book, and they made a movie about it, and it's just unbelievable how good that movie is. I wasn't familiar with the book, never read The Wild Robot to any of my kids, but the movie is I think it got nominated for an Oscar. It might have won the Oscar for animated film, but it is just unbelievably good, and Matt Berry is the voice of the beaver in that movie. And apparently, Matt Berry was supposed to be the lead in the Minecraft movie. This could have conceivably been the thing that launched him into the minds and hearts of Americans who aren't really super hip to British sketch comedy. But he had scheduling issues, I guess. And so they got Jack Black. But it was initially offered to Matt Berry. And not everybody is down with Jack Black. You know, he kind of plays one guy. And he blew up, if you weren't watching Tenacious D like I was, he blew up for most people with School of Rock. And I think the boundaries of that film were such that he wasn't going to go too off the rails. He was good for that. But a lot of other things that Jack Black is in, it's like the writers just said, you know what? Just go be Jack Black and we'll film it. And I don't mind that, but a lot of people don't care for it. But Matt Berry had originally been cast as Steve, the main character there in the Minecraft world that would eventually get played by Jack Black. He had to drop out because the actors' strike screwed up his schedule. And so now with this information out there, you know, because a lot of actors are reticent to, they don't want to be disrespectful to other actors. One of my favorite things is when you'll read about all of the people who turned a role down before they got to somebody, or somebody was replaced. You know, I think most people by now know the famous story about how Eric Stoltz was initially cast in Back to the Future. And they shot a lot of that movie with him. It wasn't like something where they got Michael J. Fox before they even went to set. Eric Stoltz shot, it's on YouTube, I think, his scenes. Eric Stoltz shot big portions of Back to the Future. And Zemeckis and the producers were like, this isn't working for some reason. It's not working. Eric Stoltz had been in some teen rom-coms. He was in Mask under all that makeup. He was a good actor.
That was him? In Mask?
Yeah, Rocky Dennis.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that was Eric Stoltz?
I did not know that was Eric Stoltz.
Who'd you think it was?
I guess
Rocky
I thought it
Dennis?
was Rocky Dennis. I don't know, weird-faced guy.
No, he was
Sheriff.
under all... That would be weird, too, when you, like, get a movie, but nobody can see your face because you're in a, you know...
I had no idea
Everybody's
that was
going,
him.
oh, my God, that actor was great, like you. That actor was great.
So funny.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Eric Stoltz was wearing a Cher mask in that movie. Yeah.
All right. Well, now that
Cher
makes more
played
sense.
Rocky Dennis.
Got it.
Eric Stoltz wore a Cher mask. Is very confusing.
That makes way more sense.
Doesn't it? So, but a lot of actors don't want to disrespect somebody else by saying, I turned this movie down and so it went to this person. Because it makes it sound like, you know, nobody wants to be thought of as second or third choice, but most people are. The producers of big films, they go, here is a group of the hottest people right now in Hollywood. Who can we get? And if their quote is too high or something else, they go to the next person. But Matt Berry was supposed to be the Jack Black part there in the Minecraft movie.
Thank you.
Now, he does have a voice in it. Thank you. I do have that, don't I?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
I love him.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Love Matt Berry.
Take your finger off the button.
There's a great, I don't remember if it was on the Mighty Boosh or it was one of those British sketch shows, but it's on YouTube. A supercut of this bit Matt Berry used to do where he was trying to be a suave guy and pick up girls on the street. But as soon, like he'd help with this one girl carry an aquarium, right?
Yeah,
and as soon as they mention their boyfriend, he throws it on the ground or he throws it into a car. Oh,
F
it's
you.
so fun. Yeah.
Oh, it's
so
great.
good.
Kicks the dog.
Oh, my boy. Yes, kicks the dog. Very much like Jack Black and Anchorman.
F you.
Yeah. And so people are like, oh, no. Like Matt Berry fans are like, oh, my God. Now they're imagining Matt Berry playing the main role in Minecraft. Not that Jack Black. Listen, Jack Black was full-on Jack Black in Minecraft. You just have to like what he does. And my daughter loved the movie. She will probably take my wife to go see it again when they're in Florida.
And that's who it's for.
That's who it's for.
So
That's
it doesn't
right.
matter. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It didn't matter to me that I thought it was terrible.
It would have been great if it was him because then you would have actually had something, you know, where you'd have been like, oh, cool. All right, at least it was Matt Berry.
Yeah. But Matt Berry had to turn the role down. Maybe somebody will recreate it with AI, with Matt Berry in the role. The original Minecraft soundtrack, by the way, the game has been around a long time. I had some people, some nerds beat me up, but devotion to accuracy. I was thinking that Minecraft had been around for a long time because my older kids played it when they were younger. But it's only been around since 2009. I thought it had been around a lot longer than that. But the original Minecraft soundtrack has been added to the Library of Congress. The OG Minecraft soundtrack, the music that is in that game. And if you play it, or if you have a kid that plays it, you either know the music or you can't get it out of your brain because you hear it all the time. And there's a variety of vibes on the music. My daughter is usually in her room playing it with one of her friends, or two of her friends, or three of her friends.
I've never heard.
And I don't know that I don't know how loud the music is when they're playing, but.
Yep, not ever heard one of those.
Well, your girls didn't play Minecraft, right?
I mean, I think they may have toyed with it, but it wasn't a thing that they always did. No.
This one is called Death. I guess a watery death, maybe. Who's the guy who created this? It was a DJ. Not Deadmau 5. It's one of these other guys. Living Mice. This one is called Living Mice. I mean, it really does evoke thoughts of rodentia, doesn't it? The Black Plague. This one should have been called Death. Anywho.
It's very serene, though.
Yeah, C418 is the DJ who put this together. And the OG Minecraft music is being added to the National Recording Registry. Every year, the Library of Congress reaches out and grabs a whole bunch of artists by the cojones and pulls them into the Library of Congress. Elton John, the aforementioned, is going in. He's also going into, as I see this here, breaking news, the Heterosexual Hall of Fame. Gene from Parma. I banged Elton John.
He's going to be so mad.
No, come on. If he's hearing me, he's laughing. It's completely fine.
He's having a larf.
We're having a larf. The Steve Miller Band, who is probably a lot less prickly about getting into the Library of Congress than he was getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and the band Chicago. Those are just a handful of the people. And then C418, his name's Daniel Rosenfeld. Good Irish boy. He is the guy who composed that original Minecraft music. And so that music is getting into the Library of Congress. Recordings and artists that are considered culturally significant. And so as they will be, I don't know what that means. We talk about this all the time, about bands getting into the Library of Congress. But I don't know. I don't know what that means. Do you have to check? Can you check them out? Do they have a Dewey Decimal System?
Yeah, is it like an honor thing? Like when you get the awards and stuff?
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, look.
That's what I'm wondering. If they have like the Kennedy Center honors.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, if they have a whole thing there. But he's in there with Elton John and some other people. And I guess that's good news for them. I wonder if we could get this show into the Library of Congress.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
The award for Best Fart and Penis Joke of 2025 goes to the Alan Cox Show!
Oh, I can't believe it. It's me, and it's Chicago, and it is, it's Elton John, a couple of hometown Chicago artists. I'm in the penis fart category, and Chicago is in the rock, jazz, avant-garde category. Oh, Terry Kath, R.I.P. Oh, come on, man. All that old Chicago is seriously underrated. When it was still mostly a horn band. Yeah. Hey, you know what we haven't had in a long time here on the show? Monkey news. Do you want monkey news? Because I've got monkey news. Monkey news! I'm trying to figure out if a 70-year-old foster mom in the great state of Missouri tried to trade her daughter for a monkey. Brenda Deutsch is the woman. And, I don't know how many people watch that documentary called Chimp Crazy over on HBO. And it is correct on both counts. This woman with too much money and too much time has this giant enclosure in her house, and she's like hiding chimpanzees and things like that. And, we hear about it here all the time in Ohio, in the sticks, these people who have these exotic animal collections, but they have to hide them from law enforcement, things like that. And they're trying to figure out if this woman, now let's see, I'll show you this here on the live stream. This is the woman's booking photo. Does that look like the kind of woman? Looks like the lead singer of Sabotage, quite frankly. Does that look like a woman who would trade her teenage daughter for a monkey? Also, in her defense, maybe her daughter was a real pain in the ass.
Fair.
Not like a monkey will be any less so.
She looks like that guy that's always dancing in all those videos to the 80s music.
Yeah.
And like lip syncing to songs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
Looks like Vince Neil been put through one of them old age TikTok filters. But this is a woman who they said she fostered more than 200 children over the years. Now, nobody is that magnanimous. Nobody likes kids that much, right? They got a scam going or something. She was also a collector of exotic animals, and they arrested her because they're investigating whether or not she gave up one of her kids in exchange for a monkey.
I mean,
we'll have to do some deeper dives into hopefully their communications to see if that trade was actually for consideration, if that was for the purposes of human trafficking. And we don't know that yet, but it is an allegation that's out there that we need to look into.
Boy, imagine that. Imagine they find like text conversations or they find some kind of like digital paper trail, right? Where she's like, what if I give you my daughter and you give me that monkey? And the guy's like, I don't know. I really like having sex with this monkey. I really like this monkey. Like having sex with this monkey. He can use his toes like fingers. You can't believe how handy that comes in. If you'll pardon the pun. I paint my dong yellow, and he goes right at it. He's tried to peel it on more than one occasion. That has been problematic.
Knock it off, chimp. They say what kind of monkey it was? I missed that part. Because that's going to determine whether it's a fair trade or
monkey,
not.
Spider monkey, capuchin monkey, something like that, as opposed to... probable cause statement said that she arranged for the girl to go to Texas to stay with her friend, where the child was allegedly left alone in a house with exotic animals and dirty conditions. Those kind of go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
The allegations against the woman, they said, were particularly heinous and disturbing to read. And that's the thing, too. Anybody who has fostered 200 children, they are up to no good. They are part of some kind of heinous and disturbing activities.
Now, most of the time, that tends to be the case, right? You always have like that one person who's just nominated for sainthood, but then the rest of them tend to be, oof.
You know, like a Republican senator who ends up going to prison because he was going overseas to bang children after calling everybody groomers for 20 years. That kind of thing. The victim said that the woman had hit her with a paddle and shoes and an open hand. And that one time, the woman forced another person to hold her down. The woman would steal her clothes and give them away as a form of punishment. They didn't say what kind of monkey.
Damn it.
That's the weird part.
And that's the most important part. I mean, we know it wasn't a chimp, right? Because they would have said a chimpanzee.
I think so.
But I want to know what kind of monkey it was.
Yeah, they don't say.
It's so important. Like, you don't trade a kid for a macaque, but you do maybe for...
an orangutan.
That's not a monkey. I think they would have said that.
Yeah.
I think they would have said it, right?
A capuchin monkey.
A capuchin monkey.
Or a spider monkey.
Spider monkey.
Something.
I think it's one of those. I'm thinking it's one of those small ones that plays little tambourines.
Like
Grinder
the one
monkey.
Grinder monkeys.
Marcel.
Yes.
That's what I think it was. It had to be.
Also in monkey news, they have determined that monkeys are better yodelers than humans.
Oh.
That the monkey voice box can resemble human yodeling, but over a much wider frequency range. Now, this begs the question, how good do monkeys look in lederhosen?
You can get them doing Ricola commercials next.
Ricola! Here is a monkey yodeling. Boy, that's really good. That is really, really good. Now, that's a macaque right there. Oh, there's some monkey news for you. Monkey news! Man, I'll tell you what. It's the marvel of the animal kingdom that is so fascinating to me.
Beautiful sound of the macaque monkey.
Yeah.
I'm happy you caught that call.
In our ears.
Yep.
I really did. It was sent to me by one of our simian wranglers out there in the Alan Cox Show, in Cox Nation. Hey, want to go see Jet? They're coming to Cleveland with Band of Skulls. That's going to be a good 1-2 punch. Friday the 13th of June, your lucky day at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com's got all the details for you. Second to last pair this week, want to go see Jet. Great band. Caller number 10. These are yours. Good luck. You call in here. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Jeffrey, this woman, you just send her a grocery list. She buys your groceries for you. You drive out, meet her in a parking lot, open up your trunk, and she puts the groceries in there for you?
No, I help her with that. Come on.
All right, so then you follow her to the gas station?
Yeah, and she puts in $15 worth of gas in my car, which is close to a half a tank.
And she pumps it for you?
Yeah, well, because she wanted to be... You
don't even hold the pump? Where are you?
She told me to sit in the car.
That's an alpha move if I ever heard one.
I'm telling you.
It's alpha.
Get out and pump and pay for it.
And buy me groceries.
Andrew Tainton here.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around the house, including brand new windows. Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale is going on now. You can get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. If you decide to redo your whole house, they'll include a free entry door as well. Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale now. No payments for 2 years. Sale's going to end soon, so schedule your estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION, give them my name, or go to windownation.com. Window Nation, a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
This is big. Rent-A-Center's biggest discount is on. From April 6th to April 12th, take 50% off the total cost to own on all items in-store or online, only at Rent-A-Center. 50% off offer reduces the total amount necessary to acquire ownership pursuant to rental purchase agreement. Offer valid on new agreements entered into April 6, 2025 through April 12, 2025. Participating locations only.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like asterisk-free checking. An account that's filled with features, but no monthly maintenance fee, no matter what. Because it's your money, right? So we think you should keep it. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. It's grand opening weekend at Petiti Garden Centers in Bath Township, and we're celebrating at all 10 stores. Now through Sunday, enjoy 50% off upright arborvitaes, 40% off patio furniture, and buy one, get one half off houseplants. Plus, take advantage of our grand opening mystery coupon. Shop any location, draw a mystery coupon at checkout, and receive instant savings of an extra 10, 25, even 40% off your entire purchase. Details at PetitiGardenCenter.com.
Hey, it's Rover. Everyone in Cleveland knows Premier Home Pros are the pros in bathroom remodels. They're fast, they do great work. It's a hassle-free experience. I wish I would have known about them years ago. And they're also pros in customer satisfaction with over 1,000 5-star reviews. On top of that, they're pros in saving you money. Just go to premier-homepros.com, tell them you heard it on Rover's Morning Glory, and you'll get a special offer of $2,000 off your final order at time of purchase. $2,000 off your perfect dream bathroom at premier-homepros.com.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
Hi, everybody. When you have a plumbing or drain problem, the team at Mr. Rooter is ready for same-day service 7 days a week. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing today and take advantage of our $95 drain cleaning special. Visit us at MrRooter.com. We'll be there quick.
What makes Mr. Hero so special? For starters, we've been a staple right here in Northeast Ohio for almost 60 years. The taste and quality of our food has customers hooked. Oh, and of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
People say when you see a cardinal, it's a message from someone who's passed on. When I see them on my run, I know my mom's with me. I'm Mara, and I'm running the Boston Marathon, presented by Bank of America. I'm running for the American Heart Association in honor of my mom, who passed away from a heart attack. And on race day, she'll be in my heart.
Join Bank of America in helping Ara's cause. Give if you can at bofa.com/.
We say yes.
The buzzer. The home of the buzzer. Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, golly. 35192, number to text. Guardians, unsurprisingly, sweep the White Sox. 6-1, the final. Ice cold bats among the White Sox, who go to 2-10. Guardians now at 500. They will stick around, and tomorrow night they will gear up against the Kansas City Royals here at home. That'll be a 6:10 first pitch, so we'll roll around 6, get you into that game Saturday evening, they'll play the Royals as well. And they'll hit the road next week to play the Baltimore Orioles. And then they'll go to Pittsburgh, play Pirates at PNC Park. Before they come home, host Rob Anthony's Yankees on the 21st.
Not mine.
A big, big day. What?
Not mine. Not anymore.
Oh, were you a Mets fan now?
Screw them.
Screw
No.
the Yankees.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Hey, did you see this? Speaking of New York, did you see this helicopter crash?
I did not.
Helicopter crash in the Hudson. It's breaking right now.
Was Sully there?
I gotta hope so. If anybody can save him, it's pretty. It's just all the way underwater.
Is it like a local news chopper or something?
They don't know. No, they said it was a civilian. They reports are still kind of coming in. They said they got a child out, but
Well,
they
there
know
was a
that,
kid in a helicopter.
and they said that that's what they're saying. Again, you can never. I mean, people are reporting, right? You don't have to be right. You just have to be fast. So I think that's what people are kind of coming up with. But they said they did pull someone out of the water. They said it was a kid.
Wow.
They haven't said how many are on board or what kind of helicopter, who owns it, whatever. But it's upside down in the Hudson River at the bottom of the water.
Have you ever been on a helicopter ride?
No. It scares the hell out of me, if I'm honest.
I had a lot. I went on as a kid, and it was a lot of fun. But it is, it's very kind of unsettling if you've only been on airplanes.
About other than flying, let's say in more open spaces.
Well, that's a good question. I've never flown a helicopter. I was an airline pilot for 2.5 decades.
That's a great start,
They got
huh?
a guy on, it just says American aviator Robert Sumwalt. Because there's a producer screaming there at CBS 2 in New York. They're like, hey, we got to get somebody on here so we can talk.
Sir, you've been in the air before. Could you jump on and talk a little bit about a helicopter crash? Yeah, I've never been on one, ma'am, but, I can tell you what happens. Sometimes they fall out of the sky and they crash, and that's what we have here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just see like boats scrambling to get there, but they're basically, the Hudson River isn't horribly wide, and it looks like they very, very close to like a dock.
But that is where Sully crashed, right? He didn't crash in the East River. He crashed in the Hudson.
Yeah, but at least, he was control of the plane.
Glided
put
in,
it down. Yeah, right in the middle. This looks like it just came down hard.
Well, hot on the heels of that Guardians' decisive win there over my White Sox, I thought you said that the breaking news was going to be the big expose they're trying to do on the Cleveland Guardians' newest mascot, Spicy Mustard.
Mm-hmm.
It's the brand new hot dog mascot over there at Progressive Field.
The Akron Beacon Journal took a deep dive on that one.
Why do they insist on giving these female mascots like the 1950s teardrop glasses?
So it's a woman.
Is that what it is?
It's got to be, right?
She's got a pink hat and a skirt on.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, I see. Do they play this? I hope she comes out to this song.
I got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties.
Listen, don't sleep on Jackie T, all right? She does good work.
We were there the other day, and I completely missed the hot dog race. I wasn't looking for it. I heard it, but I didn't look down. I didn't see there was a new mascot. Did they keep the other three?
The Cleveland Hot Dog Squad has a new member to join ketchup, mustard, and onion for off-the-field shenanigans, along with the hot dog derby at each game. I wonder why they felt compelled to add another one. Maybe so many people were tired of Onion's dynasty for the hot dog derbies that they needed a new spoiler. Or was it 2 men and 1 woman out there?
I don't know. I guess that's a good point, right? The balance.
I don't want to misgender any hot dog mascots.
But I do have to ask, why spicy mustard and why not stadium mustard or ballpark mustard?
Well, isn't that what it is, though? I mean,
I don't think so,
it's
right?
Bertman's Ballpark Mustard. It's part of the Labia roller coaster. As of today, our signature cocktail. That is spicy mustard, though, right?
I don't know. Not really. I mean, it's like its own thing, right? Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe that's what they meant, but I would think.
No, it is a spicy brown mustard. It's just called the ballpark mustard.
Bertman's Ballpark, yeah.
Then they should probably call that
because you have it at the ballpark.
Mustard mascot. Well,
They say-
that's all they
right.
serve. It's everywhere in the stadium.
Yeah, they say that the name is the homage, Cat, to the history of spicy mustard at Cleveland sporting events and dinner tables. Spicy mustard has been around Progressive Field all along. Oh, they've given her a backstory. The ball club said she's resided in a chest buried under Progressive Field since 1992. I know that's supposed to be quirky. That sounds terrifying.
I know.
You've anthropomorphized another sausage.
Well,
and now you're telling us, oh, she was buried in a chest under the ballpark.
And especially in a town where that actually happened to real
Yeah.
live people.
Yeah.
Here's a good idea. Let's take the story everyone knows from true crime and make it a backstory for a hot
They
dog.
tore down an entire city block over the Ariel Castro. Please welcome our latest, the mascot here at Progressive Field, the Amanda Berry dog.
What are they doing?
Jeez.
It just seems like a bad idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Amanda Berry dog.
Oh my God.
Well, listen, people's memories are short.
Well, not that short.
I don't think I would have made that connection either.
They should call him like Glizzy George or something.
You could go, yes. I think
some alliteration up in
yeah,
here.
Glizzy George, yeah. Glizzy Gary. I think that the
GG.
Yeah, I think that the Glizzy thing might have come and gone, but we should bring it back. Yeah.
Glizzy Gary Allen.
When a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Dad gave away. Dad gave away.
Remember Charles Ramsey? He did the show.
We got big testicles because we see this dude every day.
We eat ribs.
With this dude, but we didn't have a clue that that girl was in that house. She said, please help me get out. Dad give away. Dad give away.
Why does it slap?
Because it's awesome. I don't know where Charles Ramsey is now. I know he did the show in the immediate aftermath of his global fame, and he wrote a book with the quickness. He was doing a book tour. That thing was like 55 pages if it was 5. But still, a real-life hero.
Yeah.
And
you say you had him on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he did everybody's show. I mean, at that time, everybody who wanted to talk to him could talk to him. But I mean, that was a guy who was as nonchalant as you could be. To me, he still remains a lesson to anybody who gets thrust into that kind of situation, to kind of surf the wave a little bit, but not, and again, it's, you know. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, how are you?
How are you?
I'm okay. Hey, Rob.
Hi. How are you, Sue?
I'm good. Hi, Kat.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, I feel really bad about that chopper. I do.
About what?
That chopper that went down.
Oh, the hell! I thought she said, I feel really bad about that dead shopper. I'm like, would somebody get killed at the Gabes or,
No, the helicopter.
Yeah.
I call them choppers.
Mm-hmm.
And
As in,
as
get
far
to
as
the
monkey goes, as far as the monkeys go, I couldn't give a crap one way or the other.
Wait, you couldn't care less if a woman traded a child for a monkey?
I couldn't care less even if I tried.
Wow. Well, okay. You could try. I mean, it's okay. You don't have to, though. You know what they're finding out, Sue? It's funny you mentioned that. They're finding out that it was a monkey piloting the helicopter.
Oh, my goodness. So it was a suicide mission, kind of like the one that you took when you took Pancakes for a ride on his own personal jet?
Yes, when I crashed our plane. Yes, it was a kamikaze mission. That's right, Sue.
Oh, my God. That was the funniest thing I think I've ever heard.
It was a lot of fun.
I loved that one.
It was a lot of fun.
We should go up in a hot air balloon next.
Funny.
Up and away in my beautiful. Yeah, we could go up in a hot. Would you go up in a hot air?
To my family.
Would you go up in a hot air balloon with us?
Nope.
Absolutely not. I'm with you, Sue. We can watch these dopes float away in a balloon.
No way, dude. I like my feet on the ground.
I mean, I've been up in one before.
I have not actually.
Freaking no
Why?
way.
Oh, come
I'm going to go
We'll have a little picnic.
in a basket underneath a giant-ass balloon.
Not only no.
You can't
not
even
only
control
no,
it.
But hell no.
Yeah, see, you're right, Sue.
I know
No
I
steering
am.
wheel. Float.
Oh,
Good
God.
luck.
I know people got it worse than me as far as health conditions, but I ain't trying to welcome another one.
Nope.
You know?
Just hanging by
I
a
ain't
thread
trying to
of faith.
crash to the ground and break a couple of legs.
I'm not worried about the legs. I'm worried about the entire thing coming to an end.
I've been up in a couple, Sue, and I'm still completely ambulatory. I have the use of all of my extremities, and I'm just fine.
Until you're not.
Yeah, I'm still not going to do it.
But that's true of anything. You're fine until you're not. You're fine until the day you die. What am I going to sit in the corner of my house all day long? Come on.
Yes.
All right.
Actually, I have another reason I called.
Oh. I mean, you're only required to have one.
I know. But I got to put my stake in the ground on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I thoroughly, completely cringe when Brian comes on. I'm like...
A lot of people don't...
Oh, no, not again.
A lot of people don't like Brian. And you know what I tell them, Sue?
Oh, my gosh.
It's a good thing I do, because that's what all this is.
Well, you're about the only one that does.
Make no mistake, this entire endeavor is just about what entertains me. It's all it is.
What is he like your nephew, and you're just trying to give him airtime?
Yes, he's my nephew.
What's going on here?
You know how I regularly give family members airtime, Sue? That's what it is. All part of Cox Nation.
He's your older nephew.
Yes. I don't know anything about him. I listen, you and I have met. We've exchanged pleasantries, Sue, for many, many years now.
Oh, absolutely.
I've never met him. I don't want to know anything about him. All I know is he is about my age. I think he's like a couple of weeks older than me. But that's all I know about him. I want to keep the relationship professional.
Yeah. If I was you, I would too. Because next thing you know, instead of 20 messages a day, you'll get 50.
I don't think he's doing it for the fame. He's doing it for himself.
No, he's doing it because he has a compulsion to do it.
Yep.
And I am merely exploiting that compulsion.
Well, don't they call that OCD or something like that?
They probably call it a lot of things. But again, I don't want to know anything about him. Sue. All right, I will mark you in the no column on Brian, Sue.
Oh, absolutely. Please do.
All right.
And then make it a capital N and a capital O with 3 exclamation points.
Wow. So you've got a real feeling about this guy. Yeah.
Man.
He's not into it. Okay. All right. Well, then. Okay. Thank you. Love you too, Sue. It's Drunk Sue, who's making her voice heard. You know, like all of my relatives on this show, making their voices heard. Not that I'm averse to relatives.
Hello.
I'm not averse to relatives, but got nothing to do with any of mine. Thank you. The great shot bottom. Fool the rain. Brady Song here from Led Zeppelin. 100.7. They got some John Bonham stuff up for auction. If you are a Led Zeppelin fan, it's Rob's favorite band. We went to see that Zeppelin documentary a few weeks back, Becoming Led Zeppelin. It's available on streaming now. Rare drum artifact from John Bonham on the auction block. What I thought was amazing about this story is where it came from. They were like, it was a drum head from the song Remains the Same, like that Venn diagram symbol that he drew, right, with the 3 interlocking circles. Song Remains the Same, shot July 1973 there at Madison Square Garden. And they said a lot of the stuff just kind of disappeared into storage. And the company that was storing it was clearing their warehouse. And the way they were going to do that was they set a bonfire to destroy abandoned gear at the warehouse, and somebody rescued his drumhead from the flames.
Could you imagine?
I've never heard, hey, we're just going to burn everything in this warehouse. What?
But it's been sitting in a warehouse. Your first thing is, I'm just going to burn it. You don't open a case to see, oh my God, that's Jimmy Page's guitar.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, auctions happen all the time.
You know what's in there. That's all this. Oh, that big pile of crap in the corner. That's from Led Zeppelin's The Song Remains the Same. Burn it. We don't need it. It's garbage.
The only known drumhead featuring Bonham's personal symbol. Many, many years ago, a fan made me my own custom drumhead for my band Tomb of Feces. And I still have it in my basement, and I cherish it. I'll never put it up for auction. And I'll never burn it. because I have to imagine, based on what it seems like, it will release no small amount of wildly toxic fumes into the air. Those drum heads are all oil and polymers and all that stuff. But the bidding on the John Bonham thing right now, the auction is, the auction is April 17th, but they're taking bids now, I guess. They're accepting bids on the Heritage Auctions website. The current bid is $21,000.
This one I wish I was wealthy.
Well, that seems like a bargain.
It's going to
21. It'll go way up.
Go way up.
Yeah, it's currently at $21,000.
If I would buy it. I would take photos. I would make a replica, and then I would give it to Jason.
Oh, Jason Bonham.
Yep.
Maybe he'll buy it.
Maybe he will.
Yeah.
I just mean to me, that would be way cooler than owning something that was Led Zeppelin's. Like being able to give that to his kid would be way cooler.
Right. Glizzy McGuire, somebody suggested, Kat, for the spicy mustard hot dog mascot. Okay. So the John Bonham auction. Somebody sent me an article about things from the 80s that are now very valuable collectibles. You know, it was 40 years ago. But if you're a Gen Xer, these are things that you might have in your garage or your basement. The very first edition Transformers toys. They're selling for hundreds of dollars online. I mean, I think, listen, the OG of anything, right?
Yeah.
First edition comic book, anything like that.
Well, you probably had all of these things. Like that's what is like the
Shut up, Rob.
Biggest. No, me too. That was the biggest kick in the nuts of all of it. You see, like if you had that original Millennium Falcon, which I had, and it wasn't opened, it's worth like $100,000.
Yeah.
It kills me when I look at this stuff.
Those comics that I sent to Tampa.
Oh, God. You never followed up on that again, huh?
Well, what am I going to do? I followed up plenty of times. I couldn't even get a lawyer to, like, take up a small claims case with me.
Give me a number.
Everybody is like, oh, I'll hit him up. No, you won't.
Want to bet? I'll do it right now.
No, my wife was screaming about it. She goes, send me all the information. I will call, and I will tear them a new one. And I'm like, okay, I'll get. I barely have anything from them. I have emails from them saying, we don't have it.
But you have to have the original stuff that you sent off, right?
What do you
have
mean?
Shipping label, that's what you sent?
I have a receipt.
Did you insure it?
I have a receipt. I made a lot of wrong decisions with this thing.
Oh, Jesus.
But I have a receipt from them that says they received it.
There you go.
I have a receipt for. Well, where's that going to get me?
Did you insure the package?
It's how everything works now. People just go, nope, don't have it. Okay, thanks.
I think there's something. There's got to be something you can do.
But where do you go from? There's got to be something everybody can do with everything. But if you have somebody that goes, nope, that's just how things are now. Sorry. Okay. What's my recourse?
They put a crazy man like me on it yet, dude.
Anyway.
I'll drive there and fight these people. Give me the comics! This crazy man just kicking in a door.
Yeah, I could do that. Listen. Don't think I didn't think about it. We're going to be in Orlando. I'm going to be in Orlando in a couple of weeks.
See?
And I was like, but what am I going to do?
I'll fly down with you. Two of us show up.
Yeah.
Make the news.
Mm-hmm.
Two crazed morons burned down a comic book grading place.
Well, you know how up here everybody makes fun of Florida man. Down there, it's probably Ohio man.
Oh,
you know, we are the Florida of the North. I was like, listen, I'll have a rental car. I'll drive the 2 hours to Tampa, and I'll go up there. I'll be like, you guys have my comics. And then what? They'll make me sit in the lobby. Oh, we'll look for them. They'll try to burn me out. I'll sit in the lobby all day long. We don't have any. We don't have any record, Mr. Cox. Well, here's an email with a number. Yeah, we checked that number. Then what?
That's when you need the just a little bit crazier guy to be with you.
Yeah, but then it's Florida. They'll call the cops, and I'll get hauled out. And then what?
Not you. I will. You need the just a little bit crazier guy.
It's like good.
That's how much I like you, Alan. I'm willing to fly to Florida.
Trust me. I've got the just a little bit crazy guy in me.
I'll torch
and I
that
can
bitch.
Call him out when I need to. But you've got to be measured in these things. You got to pick your battles. And there's no way. I mean, this thing is going on 3 years now.
I'm keeping you out of trouble.
Me following up with them They're not going to tell me. I mean, in the immediate aftermath of their screw up, they told me. I mean, they used the hurricane as an excuse for a while. But once that passed and they got back up and running, I was like, okay, let's pick this up. No, sorry. Don't have them. No record. I got an email here with a number. It says you guys received them. Yeah, can't find them. Okay. So what am I supposed to do?
The only thing better than one crazy guy is two crazy guys. I'm telling you, man. I'm ready to go to battle, AC.
Two crazy guys this fall on FX.
I'll make a trip down to I'll see my mom for a couple of days. Hey, Ma, I got to go take care of something.
Yup.
Go in there like
you
Goodfellas.
deface the highway sign of Jimmy Buffett. Is that what you're going to do,
Nope.
too?
That'll happen next time they're on just regular time.
We're going to make the 2-hour drive to Tampa. Then we're going to make the 3-hour drive from Tampa to Cocoa Beach. And we're going to, you know what we're going to do? I'm sure my family will be very disappointed because I will have blown them off so that I can have a Thelma and Louise trip with Rob.
Yep.
To try to reclaim my valuables. Now we'll see. Hey, want to go see Lords of Acid? They're on the Praise the Lords tour. And party like it's 1996, boy. Love Lords of Acid. Lil Miss Nasty on the bill. Lucia Cifarelli from KMFDM. No slouch them. It's going to happen at Globe Iron, one of the first shows there. They get up and running in May with a whole slate of awesome shows. Tuesday, June 10th is going to be Lords of Acid. AXS.com is going to have all the details for you. You can get this pair, Be Caller number 10. If you like techno and songs about drugs and effing, man, this is Exhibit A, Lords of Acid. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it.
running around. You can get into a lot of trouble out there. Or you can go to, like, we live in North Park, which is a little more hipstery. Normal Heights. There's so many different little neighborhoods with different vibes you can go to. So I just kind of stay in my own little area and stay away from the madness.
Radio is a very nomadic vocation, and I had only been in Cleveland a couple of years, and my agent called, and he goes, there's a station in San Diego that wants to talk to you. It was KGB or something like that.
Yeah, the classic rock.
Yeah. They want to talk to you about coming in and doing a morning show or whatever. And so I had a couple of conversations, and San Diego is great, but boy, is it expensive. Yeah. I was like, holy, because in this business, like you kind of, if you go to another city or whatever, you kind of start from zero.
Yeah.
It's not like you're on TV and just switching networks and everybody follows it. You're building a local audience, right? And I was like, boy, San Diego's great, but holy Christ, this is expensive. Which sounds silly to say, but like this was probably a decade ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if that's the move for me. Even though it's a great town and a great radio town, the whole bit,
It's
but I don't
pricey.
surf, and it's really pricey.
It's expensive. I remember when I was living in it right after my divorce, I could rent a garage. I lived in someone's garage that I paid $12.50 a month for. And this is in
it's a quality divorce apartment, right?
Yeah. This is like 2017, and I remember I would do shows across the country, and I would talk about that on stage, and they're like, I own a house and my mortgage is $800 a month, and I'm like, don't tell me.
Yeah. Are you trying to hurt me, or what do you? Yeah.
What do you get out of doing
Yeah.
this to me?
So when was the dogs and cats thing that blowing up? Was that kind of a good benchmark for you, where you're like, okay, things are starting to move in a direction I want them to, or had they already kind of been?
No, that was the first one where I was like, because I remember when I started getting the followers and stuff, I thought there was just a bunch of bots.
Yeah.
Like, how there's like waves of bots and you're like this, but then I would click on people's profiles. I'm like, man, these bots are getting good. This looks like a real person. Yeah. And then.
Because one day you'll have 47,000 followers and the next day you'll have 30.
Exactly.
Because there's always purging going on or whatever.
Yeah. So I'm like, wow, the Chinese are really on it right now, but then I did a weekend in Spokane, Washington at the Spokane Comedy Club.
Yeah.
The week before Christmas, so ticket sales should be very light. And because it's me.
Right.
And I'm not selling tickets, all the shows were like practically full.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all women in cardigans. And I'm like, I think this is the cat joke. Right. I think the cat joke's getting, and then I would have a long meet and greet line.
They sold a lot of single tickets for that show.
Dude, so many.
Yeah.
And I had a line of women in cardigans showing me pictures of their cat on their phone to me at the end, and I'm like, I think I've made it. Like,
right.
I think this is. What is this?
If I have to be the cat guy, I'll be the cat guy for right now.
I'll take anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, and then since then, some other jokes have taken off too. So I'm now the cat Hungarian anxiety guy. I think we're branching off into different avenues, little different bits that start taking off.
What was the impetus for you to even start doing this? Was it? You went to college and people told you you're funny, or I'm always curious how people get going, because some people are like, I just had a regular job and then I decided I wanted like Gaffigan and guys that were like, IT guys, and were like, I'm all right, I'll go up and do it.
Right. I was funny in class. Like I was always the guy that I would bring my GPA up when I would do like an oral presentation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd be funny during the thing and I'd get a little better grade. But I didn't want to do comedy. I wanted to be a pro wrestler. Dude, I grew up in a trailer park. Those are our heroes.
Yeah.
Like you were playing Shawn Michaels during my
that was your walk-on music here. Yeah.
I grew up a big fan of the Heartbreak Kid. I was like, that's who I'm going to be.
Yeah.
And then I graduated high school, didn't go to college. I'm 19 and I was going to like get shoulder surgery because I had a bad shoulder. And then I was like, I need something to do while I'm all jammed up. And I was like, I'm going to go to an open mic. I've always loved stand-up.
Wow.
And I went, and I bombed for 6 minutes in front of mostly my friends. And I loved it. I was like, why am I not good at this? I thought I should be. And it was just like a long stretch of trying to get good at it.
Well, it's also like the thing where, because I started in like 91. I didn't get into, I'm old. I didn't get into radio for years later, but it was like you either kill it from the jump and then you think you're too good, right?
I've heard so many of those
or
stories.
You kill it in front of your friends, and then you're like, well, do it in a room full of strangers, then you'll know. Because obviously your friends, if you're the funniest guy in the office, that's different than being. Or you bomb for a while and then kind of hit your stride. But I would think that the killing it early and then getting your balls kicked in for the next year that's not the one you want.
That's not the one you want. I don't remember having a set where I was like, I think I did something there for like 6 months.
Yeah.
And it was when I told a story of something that happened that day and it really connected. And I was like, oh, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to write these one-liners. You're not good at that. You're more of like a stories with jokes in between kind of guy. And then it took way longer to get good at that. But you slowly start to find your way, you know. Like,
and your audience finds you too.
Yes, eventually.
Like, I didn't tell my family or anybody I was dating. I specifically, like, the first year and a half I was doing it, I was like, I don't want anybody coming out.
It's very
I don't
smart.
want anybody, you know what I mean?
So smart.
Because to me, it was kind of like everybody had the thought, if you were just starting out, that you need some sympathetic faces in there.
Right.
They'll laugh at you
Right.
or whatever. I was like, I don't want any of that, man.
No.
Don't want any of that.
And you don't want to, like, bombing in front of mostly my own friends was extra painful.
That's when you really bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and they were like trying to laugh.
You're not
They're
even getting
just
pity
like,
laughs from
They're like, we didn't know where we were supposed to. And I'm like, you're hurting me worse. Like, stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, you definitely, if for the people listening that want to start stand-up, don't tell a soul and just go and do it and then wait till you think you've gotten good after a while and then start inviting some people.
Especially because since when you start out, everybody thinks they have like 20 minutes and you have like 6.
Maybe.
If you're lucky, you have 6. Mom happy with all those developments? I mean,
she's pumped.
Immigrant son making good in the U.S. and
She's very proud of me, but at the same time, she's very proud of my friends that have regular jobs, and she always lets me know, like, he has insurance. Like,
Right,
like,
yeah.
it's
Well, that's
just-
a trade-off. And you kind of do it to yourself, too. You know, any performance career, you're kind of like, oh, my buddy's got a house and a 401k and all that. And you're like, I'm trying to get this going. And
I got free tickets to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
So that's my health insurance. It's a VIP badge.
Zoltan Cass is at Hilarities this weekend. The bulk of the shows are sold out. So if you want to see them, you're going to want to go tonight. That is a 7:30 show. You just go to hilarities.com. Actually, tonight, you just walk up to the box office.
Yeah.
The late show tomorrow night, Friday the 11th, that is a 9:45 show. But the early show tomorrow and both shows on Saturday are sold out. You can go to zoltancomedy.com. He's on the Death Defying tour as we speak. Very funny dude. You see him live. Great stuff online. If you're not hip to him, you can get yourself see some stuff online and then go see him live. And congrats on everything.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Very
Thank
nice
you
to
for
meet
coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Let me take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch if you want. Find our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Jeffrey, this woman, you just send her a grocery list. She buys your groceries for you. You drive out, meet her in a parking lot, open up your trunk, and she puts the groceries in there for you?
No, I help her with that. Come on.
All right, so then you follow her to the gas station?
Yeah, and she puts in $15 worth of gas in my car, which is close to a half a tank.
And she pumps it for you?
Yeah, well, because
You don't even hold the pump? Where are you?
She told me to sit in the car.
That's an alpha move if I ever heard
I mean,
one.
I'm telling you.
It's alpha.
Get out and pump and pay for it.
And buy me groceries.
Andrew Tainton here.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Free plumbing estimates.
Just call sales. Just call sales.
Hey, it's Rover. Everyone in Cleveland knows Premier Home Pros are the pros in bathroom remodels. They're fast, they do great work. It's a hassle-free experience. I wish I would have known about them years ago. And they're also pros in customer satisfaction with over 1,000 5-star reviews. On top of that, they're pros in saving you money. Just go to premier-homepros.com, tell them you heard it on Rover's Morning Glory, and you'll get a special offer of $2,000 off your final order at time of purchase. $2,000 off your perfect dream bathroom at premier-homepros.com.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Can Third Federal guarantee you the lowest rate on your purchase mortgage even before you find a house? Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Only Third Federal guarantees you the lowest rate on a purchase mortgage, and only Third Federal locks in your rate at pre-approval even before you find a house. At Third Federal, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest. If you find a rate lower than ours, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 15th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So for the lowest rate guarantee and free closing costs, call Third Federal today. Visit us online at thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
Right now at Third Federal, lock in today's rate of 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions supply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
1,500 new Kias, 4 locations, 1 giant sale. It's going on now at Ken Ginley Kia. Get up to $3,000 bonus cash. Buy with 0 down, 1.9% financing, or make no payments till summer. Sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing. 25K for 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Sign and drive, $259. Got a trade? Even if you owe thousands more than it's worth, we want to pay it off and get you into a new Kia at Ken Ginley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ginley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer. 25 Sportage, $17.48 per month per 1,000 finance. 90-day deferred payment through Ally Bank. 25 Sorrento, 3,000 KFA bonus cash plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 4/30/25.
Hey, it's Doogie here, and if you or someone you care about is
hours before you dig. It's easy to do, and it's the law. CenterPoint Energy, Columbia Gas, Duke Energy, and Enbridge Gas want you to dig safely. Contact Ohio 811 every time you dig.
From the all-new Avon Lake Jeep Studios, we say yes.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I want to listen too. What's radio again?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know, this song is connected to the Minecraft movie, too.
Is it really?
In a weird way. Well, I'll tell you how. I heard this song. It quickly became one of my favorite songs of all time, even though it's really old. A guy named Jimmy Bo Horn. It was a huge hit he had, late 70s maybe, called Dance Across the Floor. And I had never heard it until I was watching a movie on Netflix. It was an animated film with my daughter a few months back. It was called Thelma the Unicorn. About this unicorn that's in a rock band or something, and she's, you know, it's a classic fish out of water story or whatever. And there's a scene where this, like, oily band manager or something gets off this giant plane, and he's walking down the jet steps to Dance Across the Floor by Jimmy Bo Horn. And I'm like, oh my God, this song is amazing. And I Shazammed it, and that's when I realized what it was. But Thelma the Unicorn, despite being an animated film, was, I think, the last movie directed by Jared Hess, who is the current director of the Minecraft movie and the guy who directed Napoleon Dynamite. So, in the loosest sense, that song is, I'm sure, has been in all kinds of other things, but I had never heard it before, and I heard it for the first time ever in that movie, Thelma the Unicorn, which was not a great movie. For me, the biggest takeaway was that song. And but I didn't know that Jared Hess had directed Thelma the Unicorn, but he did. And so that's where the...
Who gives a crap?
I wasn't going to say it.
Exactly. Thank you. Your Guardians sweep the Chicago. Sweep. The Chicago White Sox in swift fashion. 6-1, the final today, wrapping up that series, following up the 3-2 win yesterday and the 1-0 ball for barn burner for the home opener. Guardians stick around, though. They start hosting the Kansas City Royals tomorrow night. Saturday and Sunday, they'll hit the road to play the Baltimore Orioles. Next week, they'll go PNC Park, play the Buccos, and then come back home to host the Yankees and then the Red Sox. Back-to-back. Yankees, Bo Sox. Hold on a burp.
I want the real burp sound someday.
Can
you do it?
No.
Even if you try, you can't?
No.
If you chug a soda?
No.
Like that?
No. Wow. You mean like all the girls that were doing the Sprite challenge?
Yeah, like if you did that, you wouldn't burp at all? Like you would just do what you just did?
I don't know about that. My favorite video of the Sprite challenge were the two British girls that were doing it in the car. Remember that one?
My tummy hurts.
It hurts. I can't do it. And then she just releases...
The look on her face is
just
so great.
A belch from the nether regions.
We should do it.
I can't do it. My tummy hurts. Wow, that sounds demonic.
Yeah, that's the best.
And the other one's trying to not aspirate her Sprite, right?
My tummy hurts.
Oh, it's so good.
We should do it.
No, because then I'd have to do a whole show and feel like ass the whole time.
Let's do it at the end. I want to see if you burp.
I probably would. It's not like I've never burped, but I can't voluntarily do it.
Right,
People
no, I understand.
Get a good burp going.
Anyway, Guardians sweep the White Sox. The Cavaliers, their anti-penultimate game is tonight. Third to last. Tonight they're in Indianapolis to play the Pacers. And next week, I will have Cavs playoff tickets for you. We don't know who they'll be playing or when, but it will be Game 2 will be here in Cleveland. So I will have Game 2 tickets for you for the first round of the Eastern Conference Finals at the Rocket Arena. We'll update all the information. They will have it for you at Cavs.com. But once all of the pertinent information is announced, I'll tell you, but I'll have tickets all next week. I will also have tickets for you for that Guardians-Yankees series. If you want to go see Shinedown, end of August at the Rocket Arena, they've got Bush opening for them. Boy, you got it. You have got to. You've got to give it up to.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
You've got to give it up to Gavin Rossdale and Bush because he just wants to go out and play. Did Buzzard Fest a few summers ago.
So good.
They do their own headlining tours, and then sometimes they open for other bands. He's like, yeah, fine, I'll go out and play 30 minutes. I don't care. That's fun, too.
Hey, baby. Take it off.
Mm-hmm. So Shinedown with Bush. And if you want to go see Breaking Benjamin and Stained on the Awaken the Fallen tour, that's just a few weeks away. That's May 19th. So that is a few Mondays away out at Blossom. So all of those shows and events, tickets for you next week. Christie Brinkley is going to be on the show in a couple of weeks as well. Talk to her on Zoom. Legendary model, former Billy Joel sex partner,
I'm not
Christie
sure I
Brinkley.
can be in the studio, man. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can contain myself from not saying something inappropriate.
Well, I'll make it easy for you because I will have to record it with her before we go to air.
I'll just find out when you're doing it.
All right. I'll tell you. I'm happy to tell you.
I love you. I love you, Christy.
Remember when you were in the red Corvette on vacation? Remember when Chevy Chase was showing you a sandwich?
I love you. I love you so much.
See, I will be able to have an air of sexy indifference because I appreciate all she's done. Wasn't my type.
Oh, my God.
Never my type.
Everybody's type.
No, wasn't my type. Wow. But she's gorgeous and successful and good for her. Uptown Girl is her memoir, and she's going to be on a book tour. So we will have Christie Brinkley on the show talking about that. Speaking of Cleveland sports, there is a Democrat in the state legislature who introduces a bill to prevent any state money from going to sports teams with losing records. Boy, here in Ohio, woo doggy, you got your pick of the litter. Obviously, this is some of that legislation that doesn't go anywhere. They just put it out there so they can have their name on something and trying to make a point. It's obviously aimed at the Browns. But I think the team already got like $600 million of our money or something. I don't know what they're doing. Jimmy Haslam's got a shell game going on over there, and every day the news is different. But I think today they nailed some things down with what they're going to do with the Browns. $600 million in state bonds. Mike DeWine is not in favor of that.
Can't imagine why.
Signaled his disapproval. Yeah. And so, they're always like, hey, I've got a wild idea. Maybe billionaires can finance their own accommodations. But taxpayer money is like a giant bowl of M&Ms. And when they want to go in and grab a fistful, that's precisely what they do. So it never really comes to pass that billionaires fund their own projects. More often than not, they will dangle the whole we'll take the team thing. And admittedly, in Cleveland, as opposed to a lot of other places, they have a very visceral reaction to that threat. Even the whiff of that threat makes everybody around here pucker their old brown eye. I don't know where I was going with that, but that's where I landed.
It's like, here it comes.
So, what are you going to do? The same people who say, we don't have enough money for public education, are the ones that want to turn over $600 million to sports teams. Bravo. I feel like I should have brought Kat into that conversation with Zoltan Cassis only out of curiosity if there was any animosity between Serbs and Hungarians. Oh, well, then I'm glad I didn't bring you in because that would have been more fun.
Yeah.
If there was?
I mean,
if there had been some, yes.
I mean, I guess, back in the day, yeah, but...
I guess not for your generation.
Yeah, not for our generation.
So far
like,
removed.
For my grandma's generation, like, her dad was killed by Hungarians, but...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cossacks or something like that? Her who was killed?
My grandmother's father.
Your great-grandfather?
Yes.
Your great-grandfather was killed by the Hungarians.
Yes.
Wow. Imagine that. Now I wish I had... it's twisting my mind into a pretzel here. I really wish that I had brought you into that.
I actually have quite a few Hungarian friends in Cleveland, and I know somebody named Zoltan. We call him Zoli.
I was going to say, it's probably like Jeff in Hungary.
Yeah, probably.
Hungary? Yeah. Well, all I know is back in the day, a buddy of mine in Chicago had a band called the Well Hungarians, and I enjoyed that a great deal. I think that they're long gone, but yeah, I enjoy that a lot. Okay, your great-grandfather killed by the Hungarians.
It says they're the closest of allies now.
Well, sure. Hungary is one of those countries that, all the MAGA guys just love Hungary now because they took a democracy and turned it into a dictatorship. So they're big fans of Hungary now because that's obviously what they want to do here. But yeah, for a long, long time, it was like a country that was looked at as a kind of a shining beacon there.
There's a lot of Hungarians in Serbia, it says, but only 7,000 Serbs in Hungary.
Oh, boy.
That's probably not great.
And even fewer Croats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess I'm glad-ish that I didn't bring it up. Alan, at the Eastern Conference Finals, it's the first round. Whatever. I'm reading what's on the thing. I don't have any information for you other than I'm going to have tickets for you next week. It says Game 2 of the first round of the Eastern Conference is what that says. Okay, but yes, devotion, accuracy, whatever it is, that's what I'll have for you. So, Alan Christie Brinkley was in Parks and Rec. Oh. I'll have to mention that to her.
Big gulps, huh?
Chrissy, hi! You were in Parks and Rec!
Yeah, I was, yeah.
You were on the movie Vacation with Chevy Chase.
Yeah, I was.
All right, cool. See you later.
Hey, how about this book? Named after one of your ex-husband's songs, right?
Yeah.
You were hot back then. Are you hot now, but hot?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, nice to talk to you. Christie Brinkley.
And that's why you're doing the interview.
Bye, thanks.
That's why I'm doing it.
Send me in. That's exactly what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm. Get the Chris Farley Show.
Yeah.
With Rob Anthony.
Yep. That was awesome.
That was great. How do you feel about poop news?
Well, you know me.
Bring it on.
I do know you, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, whatever brainstorming they came up over there with at NASA to try to offset whatever federal defunding they're looking at in the MAGA administration, they are laser focused on things that need our attention, not least of which they're trying to find a way to recycle moon poop. NASA has a $3 million carrot that they're dangling in front of anyone who can invent something to recycle 96 bags of astronaut poop left on the moon.
Wow.
Anyone who can... We don't have a way to do this already? I mean, I guess it's so ridiculous and so arcane that there probably isn't anybody who's come up with something that specific, but...
I thought that they, like release it into space, which I know that sounds gross too.
Well, they would have to put it into orbit to do that.
Right. I mean, the moon has its own gravity, so they drop it and it drops there.
Did I just say something smarter than Cat? Yes!
Well, she went to medical school. She's not an astrophysicist, Rob.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
Take it where I can get it, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. They can't burn it. They definitely can't burn it. There was something with the air, right?
What do you mean something with the air?
There's something that they can't. They said that they can't start fires on the moon. There was something that I read about that they couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah, but couldn't it? If they brought it back from the moon, couldn't they burn it up on re-entry? I mean, you would release fecal dust into our atmosphere, but that could probably only improve our atmosphere. So
but I
who
think
knows?
they want. That's what they're saying. They want to do it on the moon.
Yeah.
They want to figure out how to recycle it on the moon.
The space agency wants to come up with a way to transform 96 sacks of feces, urine, and vomit ditched by Apollo astronauts to lighten their load. They want to turn it into water, energy, and fertilizer.
Wow.
I would imagine at this point the water's out of the sample. It's a long time ago.
It's a long time
I know.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like all those frozen turds on Mount Everest, right? I mean, that's a big problem out there. So,
just making another mountain. Just making another mountain.
Yeah.
Just throw it all in a spot, freeze.
The so-called Luna Recycle Challenge urges scientists and innovators to solve this problem and kickstart a biological legacy in time for its upcoming moon mission. Now, for people who are conspiratorial in nature, they must be saying to themselves, well, that's fake too. There can't be 96 sacks of feces, urine, and vomit on the moon because, say it with me, we never went to the moon. So this is like level 2 conspiracy theory.
They'll just show up with 96 bags of old poop to make it look like it was there all along.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big deal.
That's all it took.
It's easy. Hollywood poop.
Hollywood poop.
Do you know how they make that?
No.
How do they make Hollywood poop?
Candy bars.
Yeah, Snickers specifically
see,
is oftentimes used.
I saw Caddyshack.
So it's like a baby shower.
They crumple it up.
Yeah. Well, the NASA, there's $3 million on the line that they're offering up. And it's going to be some junior high kid from, Arlington, Texas, who figures this out.
Do you think you could grow shrooms in it?
Sure.
All right, well, there's a start, right? Like if you just grow trip balls on the moon listening to Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, whilst eating human mushrooms.
I mean, wasn't Matt Damon growing potatoes in poop in The Martian?
Yeah. So why can't you do mushrooms?
Yeah. Also, who cares if it's up there? I guess they want to find a way to recycle it in general, right? Not get it off the moon.
Correct. How to do it on the actual moon. Because you're right. You could just let it go on re-entry.
Yeah.
But this way, they can actually do it on the surface of the moon.
Right.
96 sacks of feces, urine, and vomit.
Nice contemporary reference. Anyway, the deadline has passed. So, much like the poop on the moon, the deadline has passed, and they are getting ready to go through all of the pitches. They probably got 7 of them. It was open to participants worldwide. They just want to find the technology to do it.
I bet you they got a ton. You said 7. I bet you they got...
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Thousands.
Yep. There are a lot of great minds around the world that, with $3 million on the line, which for, a company worth its salt, that's probably a mere pittance. But you'd be contributing to the legacy of NASA and, conceivably interplanetary travel.
And maybe they'd name the process after you.
Right.
Like, that'd be pretty cool. Like it'd be the Anthony method of poop destruction. Mm-hmm. Be like, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
The AMPD.
Yep.
They also determined unequivocally that travel bowels are a thing. A lot of people have a really hard time traveling. It's murder on their plumbing because there's issues of pressurization if you're flying. There's different changes in your diet when you're traveling. You're eating different things, and some people are pee and poop shy. We've talked about this, pooping in public, either by design or completely accidentally. And so they were talking to people about, that a lot of people will hold it in while they travel. But just as many people have pooped themselves while traveling because it can really wreak havoc with your gastrointestinal system. Over 1 in 5 travelers hold it for more than 2 hours before they will use an unfamiliar toilet.
See, that just really depends on what your definition of holding it is. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's technically always holding it.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you're like in that emergency situation, you're not holding that.
Right.
But if you really, even if you really, really have to go, you're not holding it. Even if it's not an emergency.
Travel bowel is a real thing.
Do you get it?
Me?
Yeah?
No.
No? Anywhere you are, you can do what you got to do, no matter what.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. I can do what I got to do.
She farted so hard, she died. But I'm not gonna cry. She farted so hard, she died. But I'm not gonna lose much sleep. But she died doing what she loved. Now she's blasting for the angels above. She farted so hard, she died. But I'm not gonna cry. Her sister sighed, dad's in disbelief. Her grandma cried, why oh why couldn't have been me? Ashes to ashes, dust in the wind. Her spirit is lingering. Ashes to ashes, dust in the wind. Her spirit is lingering. She farted so hard, she died.
AI is great, isn't it?
Sure
At least
is,
until
man.
it tries to kill us. Well, there's some of your poop news there. Listen, we're getting into travel season, so just be aware of your travel bowel, and you'll have a much more, I was going to say impactful trip, but that might not be the... Choose something else. Hey, Billy Corgan is going out. He's bringing one of Cleveland's daughters with him, as a matter of fact. Billy Corgan and the Machines of God. They'll be doing some Pumpkins tracks. They'll be really running the full gamut of Billy Corgan's creative energies. Special guest Return to Dust on this bill. And it's going to be Wednesday night, June the 25th at the House of Blues. Kid Tiger from right here in Cleveland, Jenna of that band Knights, is behind the bass for this tour. So that's pretty sweet. June 25 at the House of Blues, Wednesday night. Ticketmaster.com. I'll have the details for you. Before 10, you get this pair here, too, for Billy Corgan and his band of merry men and women. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Chance of rain tonight with patchy fog and a low of 37. A slight chance of rain Friday. Could see a few morning flakes and a high 42. Saturday mostly cloudy, 47.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lesson. The Ohio Laborers Union, they're more than just hard hats and tools. They're the backbone of Ohio's infrastructure, constructing vital projects that shape your communities. They're part of the urban transformation, creating vibrant spaces where people live, work, and thrive. Build Ohio right. Build it union.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. If you want to replace old, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones, you're not going to do better than brand new windows from Window Nation. I have them in a Casa Cox, have for many, many years. Top quality insulation and seals made in the USA, right here in Northeast Ohio. So from the jump, you're saving money there. Right now, all month long, you can buy 4 windows from Window Nation. They'll give you 4 free. 4 free for every 4 you buy, no limit. And no payments for 2 years. If you decide this is a great deal, I'm going to redo the whole house with Window Nation windows. We'll throw in a free entry door as well. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. That's all the fine print, but I'm telling you, having them in a Casa Cox has made the energy bills a lot more manageable. They look awesome, and you'll never have issues with them. Expertly installed, too. Their average installer has about 15 years experience with Window Nation. Start at windownation.com. You can look around there. No shortage of styles for your home. If you want to call 866-90-NATION, just make sure you give them my name. You can get yourself a fast, free estimate now. 4 free windows with every 4 you buy all month long and no payments for 2 years. 866-90-NATION to call them or go to windownation.com.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited.
iHeartRadio app. Search Go Boy and start listening today.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. All right. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. For everything else, watch on our YouTube channel. It's changed now.
I'll do it in the next one.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I was going to say it didn't really sound...
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And it's not while we're on the air. It's during prod.
It would still sound different.
It would still sound different?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Good. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can always drop messages there for us as well.
Alan, bro, duder, I know you've been living your life up this year, and I'm like, yeah, do this. Let's go surf. Let's play some disc golf. Get a new car. Get that Audi you always wanted. Well, bad news. Audi stopped shipping cars over here. I mean, I would too, but yeah, might have to hold off on that new whip, brah.
Where'd that come from?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a new car right now. But,
I didn't know you were in the market for an Audi.
well, I've always said that, when people go, ooh, what's your dream car? I don't really have one. I'm not a car guy. I think usually when people have dream cars, it has more to do with more to do than just aesthetics. But I always love the Audi TT,
That's
which
cool little
I
car.
don't think they even make anymore. So you wouldn't have to worry about getting a new one over here. But they said that Audi's top-selling SUV is expected to be unsellable in this country after the Trump tariffs. The Audi Q5.
The 5 or the 7? You said the biggest one?
Audi Q5 is the
Q5.
one that's in this article. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So yeah, I always kind of in the back of my mind coveted an Audi TT.
Do you like it because you're saying TT every single time?
Yes.
That's what I like about it.
Of course. No, a friend of mine had one. I was like, boy, that's a good-looking car.
Oh, they're cool little cars.
Convertible, and
You still get them in manual. They're fun little cars to drive.
I don't need that, but But again, I don't think that they make them anymore. And so, Audi is no different than a lot of other companies that are shifting toward electric vehicles. Irrespective of what you think of EVs, big picture, that is the direction everything's going. So, you may be able to slow it down with the guy in charge, like, let's open coal plants because, genius. But you can't stop it. You can only hope to slow it down. Alan, I'm Hungarian and I love Kat.
Aw, love you too.
You don't know each other.
So what?
That's silly.
I'm sending love out to
Wow.
people.
That kind of devalues it, doesn't it?
No, because everybody's worthy of love.
I know both of you. I don't love either one of you.
What?
I said, I know both of you. I don't love either one of you.
Everyone's worthy of love.
Perfectly fine being around you.
You don't know
love.
you don't know the people I know.
Christ.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I love Kat. My father, grandparents, etc. were from Hungary. They are all long gone. So needless to say, I love when you do Kat's mom, dad, big grandma. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Occasionally, Kat's family will call in.
Call in.
Because she's very close to them, and that's fine. Sounds like my relative, similar accent. Also F. Trump. It's no coincidence, Alan, that we hear about there being literal bags of poop on the moon right after we hear that Imagine Dragons will be broadcast from the moon.
Well, they also said some of those bags contain vomit, which would also explain.
Poop, vomit, and urine. Yeah, in those bags.
See, now the pee one is the one I don't get. Like, why not? Like, if you were just emptying it, why not just empty it? You know what I mean? Like, on that little thing, they must have had like a
valve,
urinal or something, right?
Something.
Just open up the little.
Yeah. Alan, tell Rob you can't start a fire on the moon because there's no oxygen, genius.
Okay, well, see, I said I knew there was a reason.
I mean, how did they get the lander back up?
It didn't happen, Alan. It's adding to the conspiracy.
That's why there's a $3 million bounty. They're trying to get the best and the brightest to figure this out.
There's no oxygen, genius.
It must be so hard going through life.
No, listen,
being perfect in
I
everything.
didn't pick up on it either. I didn't pick up on it. I didn't go, well, you can't. We're not scientists.
Maybe that person can go check and make sure there is no oxygen on the moon.
Yes, why don't you do that?
Just get out and take a big
Smart
deep breath,
guy.
see what happens.
Science is a liar sometimes.
That's right. A lot of people think Pooping on the Moon is the best Police song.
It was the original working title of the
It sure
song.
was, yeah.
I don't know. This song is for crap. I'm not loving it. You're going.
I hope my bag don't break. Pooping on the moon. I got vomit, urine, and poop. Pooping on the moon. I hope my poop don't break. Pooping on the moon. Giant shrimps are what you take. Pooping on the moon. The bed. Pooping on the moon. Giant shrimps are what you take. That's exactly what it sounded like.
Oh, the
Pooping
second
on
you
the-
hit play, I knew. I was like, here it comes.
Giant dumps are what you take. Pooping on the moon.
Oh, well done,
What a great
sir.
song. What a well, somebody texted me. I didn't think of
working
it.
title.
Working title. Pooping on the moon. The house. Pooping on the moon. Hello? Hello, to whom am I speaking?
Hello, this is Jake.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, I wasn't sure if that was me. I was driving north, coming back to the shop from lunch on East 30th.
good for you.
Yeah.
And to my amazement, I saw a massive, brand new, 20-foot wide banner that said Blockbuster coming soon.
Did you text me this earlier?
I did. And
Okay.
I just,
Because I was going to say, if you didn't, that would be two people who told me about this. That's got to be a goof, though, right?
I don't know, man. It's brand new. I consulted the guys in my shop. They said, no, it's brand new. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on it.
Well, Jake,
insight.
clearly you're being coy, but you're trying to ask me if I have been asked to return to service and manage the forthcoming new Blockbuster video. And the answer is no. This is the first time hearing of it. And if called to serve, of course, I will answer the call. I will throw it all away in showbiz, Rob, and rejoin the Blockbuster family.
I'm looking to see if it's out anywhere. Like,
Sure,
people talking about it.
if I'll be conscripted to get back into service there.
I haven't Googled this. I just thought of Alan Cox as soon as
Thank you, man.
saw
I
it.
appreciate that. It's got to be a goof. I mean, there's no indication whatsoever that Blockbuster is trying to make a comeback.
They're out of business completely for like 10 years, right?
Well, I guess there's one open, right?
Well, Cat used to live by the very last one, right? Cat was Bend, Oregon. Yeah, I think that one's gone, right?
And somebody stole their sign.
Of course.
When I was living there, and they were so upset about it because it was like the original sign.
Yeah. Thank you, Jake.
All right, thanks. Bye.
There's Jake. Thanks for the heads up.
What is Bluster?
Yeah. We do a metal show here on Saturday nights. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. We were preempted last Saturday for West Coast Guardians baseball, but we are back with a lot of Ohio metal, by the way. We do like to throw out local metal. We have a lot of it this Saturday night. We have bands Inoculation and Day Old Hate is a Northeast Ohio metal band. Rip Ride we're going to play, and lots more. There's brand new music. There's throwbacks. It's a lot of fun. It's me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And 10 o'clock Saturday nights, we'll be back doing it up. Brian's already excited. He's getting into the metal mood.
Bloodstained teeth, bloodstained weapon, bloodstained eyes.
Yeah. Speaking of local metal, he's digging out. You eagle-eared metal fans are going to recognize him pulling some Judas Priest from the great Ripper Owens era. Off Bloodstained is off of Jugulator, I think. Ripper kind of got a raw deal, I think, with Judas Priest back in the day, but he comported himself very, very well. Ripper Owens, the great from Akron there. And Bloodstained, one of the songs he sang. Brian making it his own, of course.
Bloodstained teeth, bloodstained weapon, bloodstained eyes.
Might be your best mix ever, by the way.
Might be. I think what that proves is that Brian should be doing more metal for the show.
Wide array of songs.
Yep. Yeah, the Ripper Owens Judas Priest era, don't sleep on that. It was only a couple albums. Jugulator and I think Demolition was the other one, but a lot of good stuff. And Brian, who, boy, you can just hear Drunk Sue fuming through her Four Loko fumes.
Unless she's a huge Judas Priest fan, then maybe she's okay.
Oh, I see.
If you're paying homage to her favorite band.
Yeah, that's a real Sophie's choice if you're her. Okay.
God, that Pooping on the Moon thing's going to be in my head all day.
Pooping on the Moon. It's a great song.
Great song.
From the Police.
Never hear it the same way again.
Yeah. Oh, one of our bureau chiefs, he hits us up pretty frequently. D-Rock. He is down in El Paso, Texas. And he sends me a link to a story. This is another one of those teachers in trouble stories, except this isn't for what you think. I do have one of those. But he emailed me. The headline was, Teacher Guilty of 40-Year-Old Murder. And this is in El Paso. D-Rock goes, this was my high school drama teacher. This was my favorite teacher. Her husband was a badass in the Army, but it turns out he was a real dick at home. She's found guilty in her husband's 1977 murder. She killed him and had a 40-year run after that, almost a 50-year run. 76-year-old woman found guilty of murder in the death of her estranged husband almost 40 years ago. A woman named Lizbeth Garrett, who was D-Rock's high school drama teacher. Well, she should have saved the drama for her mama. I guess she and the ex-husband had kids of their own, but also he had kids from somebody else. So she was their stepmom. So obviously they were very happy that it was a guilty verdict. The jury took 3 hours to reach the decision. A teacher at Eastwood High School, that's where D-Rock went, for 20 years. She faces 5 to 99 years in prison.
Why is that? Why is such a big
huge
gap?
range.
Well, because sentencing is just numbers, right? So they go, here are the charges. Here are what the sentences are for that. That's why they give people like, you have 8 consecutive life sentences, because it's all just kind of checking boxes.
But murder, you could get 5 years for murder?
I don't know. Well, what I think is funny is how they're like 5 to 99 years in prison and a fine of as much as $10,000. It's more than that if you run over a guy working on the turnpike.
Yeah.
Chester Garrett's body, her estranged husband, was found inside an abandoned Volkswagen Beetle in the desert east of El Paso in January 1977. Several injuries to his head. He was stabbed multiple times in the torso. I imagine that the range there for sentencing is because this was a domestic violence case.
Okay. All right.
This woman and her son were arrested in 2013, but it took a long time to get the case together, I guess. They reopened the case after one of the kids provided some information. So the stepbrother was convicted of the murder, and I guess they went to try her as well. He got 40 years in prison. But she is 76 years old now, and her defense was domestic violence as well as financial gain. She used muriatic acid to clean a giant red Kool-Aid stain in their garage. That turned out to be blood. They said it wasn't spur of the moment. She had, we all know this by now, the means, the motive, the opportunity to commit the crime.
And they believed the Kool-Aid story for all those years?
Oh, yeah!
I was just about to say, like, did the Kool-Aid man show up?
Oh, yeah!
Just burst through the wall?
They believed it. She got $425,000 of Veterans Administration benefits after his death.
Wow.
Her defense lawyer says it is absurd to connect her to her husband's death. Because they didn't pull her DNA off stuff. And they said that Kool-Aid stain in the garage, the results were inconclusive. There's no evidence, he says, that this 5-foot woman beat her husband with a bat or stabbed him.
No, the other guy did. With her.
Right. But she has been convicted there.
Good.
Wow.
Kool-Aid stained my ass.
That one courtesy of D-Rock in El Paso, and that was his high school drama teacher. Now, there was another teacher murder plot. This was in Ohio. Teacher in Ohio. Columbus. She paid a student to kill her husband. What was the Nicole Kidman movie? It was a real-life story that they turned into a movie. Nicole Kidman was To Die For.
Yep.
With Joaquin Phoenix.
Yep.
Hairlip Jones. And and Nicole Kidman. This teacher in Columbus, Stephanie Demetrius, a 44-year-old substitute teacher. This is with the utmost respect for you substitute teachers, but boy, it sounds like you got a lot of time on your hands. These stories invariably, not obviously all of them, but a lot of them involve substitute teachers. Ones who get the call maybe a couple of times a week. Felony conspiracy charges after she approached a student at the Academy for Urban Scholars High School in Columbus, or Tausesisk, and offered him $2,000 to kill her husband. Gives the student $250 cash as a down payment, right? I'm going to give you $250 now. I'll give you the rest later. There's simply no way to know how much more I would owe you out of $2,000 if I give you $250 now. And then they recorded a phone call between the student and the teacher, and I think he might have gone to the cops. Or the kid's mom found some stuff on the phone, and then she went to the cops. So she told the student when her kids would be out of the house and that her husband works from home, wasn't really worried about the neighbors hearing gunfire. That should tell you something about the neighborhood. And went to this student and was like, hey, why don't you kill my husband? That guy from, whatchamacallit, Ghost Adventures, by the way. Remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about how they found out his wife was trying to hire a hitman to kill him?
Yep.
He filed for divorce.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah. Oh, the old irreconcilable differences. We could not reconcile between me wanting to be alive and her wanting me to be dead. We just couldn't do it. So, you teachers, boy, again, I know you're easy targets because there's these kinds of stories. There are many, many great teachers, dedicated people, men and women. But holy cow, I don't even know what it's required to be a teacher anymore. You fill out a slip, you show up. I know substitute is different. I know you don't have to have an education degree or anything like that, but And I doubt I have to tell you, but if you're a student right now and a teacher comes to you and says, hey, how would you like to make some money? I just need you. I just need you to kill my husband. I'm going to fire that orchestra we hired, Rob. I got to take a break. 35192. You want to send a text? You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Jeffrey, this woman, you just send her a grocery list. She buys your groceries for you. You drive out, meet her in a parking lot, open up your trunk, and she puts the groceries in there for you?
No, I help her with that. Come on.
All right, so then you follow her to the gas station?
Yeah, and she puts in $15 worth of gas in my car, which is close to a half a tank.
And she pumps it for you?
Yeah, well, because she wanted to be...
You don't even hold the pump? Where are you?
She told me to sit in the car.
That's an alpha move if I ever heard
I'm
one.
telling you.
It's alpha.
Get out and pump and pay for it.
And buy me groceries.
Andrew Tainton here.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
When you're hurt or sick, your first instinct is to turn to a doctor or a hospital for help. There, you expect to receive proper treatment and medical care. When a healthcare professional fails to provide an acceptable level of care, it's considered negligence. If you or someone you love is the victim of medical malpractice, call or visit Nuremberg Paris online for a free consultation. Nuremberg Paris, fighting for the injured since 1928.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket. Own the dream.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Atlas SE, $339 a month, $339 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted and Willoughby Hills. I want to see you in a Ken Ganley VW.
39 month lease, $4,250 down, 7,500 miles per year, plus tax, title, registration, and doc fee with no security deposit on approved credit through VCI. Sale price $41,303, PIN 1V2LR2CA0SC520279.
This is big. Rent-A-Center's biggest discount is on. From April
Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. An accident reported on 71 South after snow. Looking for an accident reported on Route 82 near 71. Disabled vehicle being cleared on the outbound West Shoreway near West 3rd. Accidents being cleared Carnegie Avenue near East 30th and Richmond Road at Wilson Mills Road. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by RJ Heating and Cooling. You're not just a homeowner, you're also an air conditioner that only works sometimes owner. You need cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard. Visit rjheating.com for your estimate today.
From the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox, is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
A little Steely Crew for the gang. Listen, if you can't have Steely Dan, having the next best thing is the next best thing. I'm going to see the FM Project this weekend. I always love seeing those guys. They are Northeast Ohio's premier Steely Dan tribute band. My buddy John Stiebel plays drums for them. They're fantastic.
Where are they going to be?
I'm going to see Friday. They're going to be at Collision Bend.
Okay.
In the Flats. I'm going to see them tomorrow night. And then I think they're in Akron on Saturday. But they're friggin' dynamite. I'm so excited to go see them. And, yeah. I mean, listen, you're not going to go see Steely Dan anymore, right? And if you get they got to have 7 or 8 people in that band. That's the thing with doing a Steely Dan cover band. You know what I mean? You got to have real players. We were talking about this the other day. You can't slapdash your way through, being a tribute band. That's why there aren't a lot of Tool tribute bands. Bar bands are like the greatest hits of, they rattle off 3 or 4 bands. You cobble together the playlists. Playing the best hits of Boston Journey and REO Speedwagon, whatever. Which is fine. That's fine. They want to get out and play. But if you're going to do Steely Dan, you got to kill it. And that's what the FM Project does. So they're playing this weekend. And then Saturday, I'm going to be out in Avon for a couple of hours. I'm going to be there for the grand opening of the new Dick's Sporting Goods. Cox and Dick's! On Saturday afternoon, 11-1. And so they got a whole new thing going on out there. I'm not hip to all of it. But if you're out Avon way, Saturday from 11-1, come out and say hi. We'll have stuff to give away and all that, but I'll be out there.
Would that be your hometown, Dick's?
It would be the one closest to me.
To you?
Yeah, I don't live in Avon, but
right. But at that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Bay. That's more Doogie country out there. But yeah, that will be. There's a big long stretch of they're all kind of new retail development out there in Avon.
Okay.
And Dick's is on that stretch there.
Yeah, see, I'm unfamiliar with the area, so that's why I ask.
So I'll be out there Saturday from 11-1, and a good time should be had by all.
It's nice to see they're still building new Dick's.
Well, there's one right by me at Crocker Park. And so initially I was like, those are kind of close together. I'm like, are they closing the Crocker Park one down? But I got no indication of that.
The Crocker Park one is huge.
Yeah, they're all big.
Escalators and stuff. Most Dick's aren't that big.
Well, it took me a second. But listen, you want to get from one end of it to the other one.
Yeah, that's true.
With very little issue.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to get out there and see what they're doing. I'm making myself a little checklist of things that I want to pick up while I'm out there. So I'm going to be, I need to get some, I need to get a new fly fishing vest for all my lures. I need to get some hip waders. I need to grab more shells for my Glock 19, so I'll see if they've got those. I'll probably get some Gatorade gum at the checkout line.
I thought you were going to go with Big League Chew.
Rob, I'm a grown-ass man.
I'm just
all right?
saying, man.
I'm Big League Chew.
Even a grown-ass man enjoys some Big League Chew on occasion. So good. Teeth rot instantly.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy Corn.
No, Big League Chew
A little different,
is what
yeah.
he said. Big
Yeah.
League Chew.
Yep.
I don't want Lindy Corn getting on my ass.
You also have to pick up some eye black, don't you?
I do?
Yep. I know you
Yes.
mentioned that. You mentioned
That's
that
right.
last time we were hanging out.
Yep. For my Halloween costume.
Well, you didn't tell me what it was for. You just said you needed it. So now I'm a little uncomfortable, but
2025 is my year. I'm getting canceled, Rob. So anyway, that'll be fun. Next week on the program, by the way, I will have Cavs playoff tickets for you, and that's all I'm saying about them. That's what I'm going to call them. First round game 2 of the Cavaliers. Want to go see Shinedown at the Rocket Arena? I'll have those. Want to go see the Guardians play the Yankees? I'll have tickets for you for that. And Breaking Benjamin and Stained, a couple of Mondays away out at Blossom with Wage War and Lakeview. That's a good lineup. Listen, I'll give Aaron Lewis a lot of rope because I like Stained. I think they're good musicians. I think he's, I'm sure you and I both met him a long time ago, kind of in the early days of Stained when they were getting going. They're a Massachusetts band, for God's sake.
Springfield. I know them.
I was going to say, you probably had him over to your house for a barbecue.
Aaron's grandparents lived like 4 doors down from the house I grew up in Springfield.
Right.
He was there all the time. And that's why, like, I give the guy a little more grief than you do. But that's because, like, I saw, like Country Boy. I'm like, bro, you lived on Parker Street. It was a 4-lane, like, highway. Stop it. You're not. No, you're not. Well, my dad was out near Huntington. Okay.
But he is now, right? I mean, he's probably living out in the sticks or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you can change your situation, but I just remember he was like a chubby, hairy baby when I met him.
When I met him, he was rail thin.
Oh, really?
And had a pink mohawk. A giant pink mohawk.
You go way back with
playing clubs called the Infinity. Yeah, they were a cool. Mud Shovel was like their core sound. That's what they sounded like.
Right.
And that's the thing I get like annoyed with Aaron is he's arguably the most opportunistic person in music because it was okay. Now I'm gonna be a country boy, right? I'm gonna release that Country Boy song, play it on the rock station out there. People went crazy for it. Great. So now he becomes that, but then he starts working these pop country songs because he thinks that might work. That doesn't work. So then he goes with the "Don't Tread on Me" neck tattoo, Aaron Lewis. I'm gonna burn this bitch down. And that works. And then he tries Stained again. It's just, and I understand people do different things and you dabble with different sounds. He's just, I don't know. The guy annoys the piss out of me now.
Also, yeah, I can't begrudge. I get what you're saying, and I agree. But you also can't begrudge somebody who's been around for a long time to be like, this is an opportunity for me to get a new audience.
Yeah, but at what cost though?
I guess, but if like, there's a lot of people who only know Darius Rucker from country music.
For sure.
Because Hootie was 30 goddamn years ago. So I feel like he's less of an opportunist than Aaron Lewis.
Yeah, and he's stuck with it too. Like country, he wanted to go do country, he went and did country. And he's like, all right, I'll go and I'll do a reunion tour with Hootie. They're not releasing new Hootie music and trying to convince you that's who they are. That's like, if we have it, I'm looking right now to see if we even have it in the system. If we do, I'll tell you to hit play on it. Because it literally was the song that I heard, and I was like, okay, this guy.
This is the Aaron Lewis country song?
Yeah. I'm looking. It's
Kat, do you know who Hootie and or the Blowfish are?
I know the Blowfish.
Yeah. Jim Sonny Sonfeld. Aaron Lewis.
Yeah.
What's the name of the song?
Endless Summer. There it is. Hit play on that. When this came out, now remember, right before this, I'm a country boy, I'm going to kill things.
Yeah, but country really vacillates right between like good time party music and then like, hey, let's get out there and... It's like when Ron Keel went country. Remember back in the day? Ronnie Lee Keel.
This is so bad, dude.
I've never heard this.
Mid-morning on Saturday, I got my girls and we're skipping town. In my 67 442, got the rag top down.
Okay, I get the gist.
Eat it.
See, I think he's got a really good voice.
He does.
Though. Yeah.
He does. He has a great voice.
So you're saying why waste it on that pablum?
No, and it's not even that he went country. It's just if that's what your sound is, make that your
Do you feel
sound.
like he's like bandwagoning on the genre?
I
Like,
think
it's
he is an amazingly opportunistic guy.
Yeah.
When the MAGA stuff started, how do you get people to talk about you? You kill a buttload of coyotes and spell out Trump 2024 in them.
Oh,
That's Aaron Lewis. Tattoo your neck with "Don't tread on me." That's Aaron Lewis. He's not. It drives me bananas. And again, I understand doing different things in music. Like you said, where does it? Boy, I've always wanted to be a country star. I'm a big fan of Johnny Cash. I'm going to go do country. Go do country. Don't do Dan and Shay.
Yeah, but a lot of these bands, especially just the straight ahead, meat and potatoes, kind of lunkhead rock, four chords, whatever. There's a natural crossover with a lot of country artists. It's why Nickelback has taken out country bands to open for him,
Sure. But again, when you fall ass backwards into country music because you put out a song that got picked up by rock stations and played.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that was that Country Boy or was that – I think Country Boy was the one.
We didn't play it.
It was huge. There was a rock station called WCCC in Hartford. And they picked that song up and started playing it. And that started Aaron's country career. That's where it all went.
Okay.
And again, great song. But it's a bit of a fallacy. And then you take it from that into a song about Massachusetts, into a song called "Endless Summer," where you're talking about driving a drop top with your wife. Stop.
Then why reform Stained?
Because it was there. That was the easy thing to do because the country career was sucking balls.
Oh, I thought
that song was the biggest flop he's ever released.
Oh, I see. I thought for the most part, it was hard to fail at country.
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
If you want to know how to do it, ask Aaron. And I think he bounced around 2 or 3 labels. I think he still tries.
Literally, the most popular songs out there in that genre sound like AI. So that's what I mean when I'm like, it sounds like, boy, there couldn't be an easier genre to have a hit in than country music.
And listen, when they're here, I will go to the show because like you, I think his voice is incredible. I've seen it myself that he's more interested in going out and making you think he's cool and talking crap to the audience.
Yeah, but my thing is, none of this is cool. Stained was never a cool band. They were right place, right with all those new metal bands. Nobody got enough hugs.
Yeah.
The audience was like 12 and 13, like any rock and roll generation. You got them at just the right time, an angry, angsty generation, millennials or whatever, and new metal got them right between the eyes, and it was a lot of whining and a lot of bad white boy beatboxing. But down the road, so yeah, I don't know.
First album, I will say, was good. And again, I'm not a huge new metal guy, but that first Stained album, what the hell was the name of it?
Not Break the Cycle. It was the one with Mud Shovel on it.
Mud Shovel was on it.
First one was just called, might have just been called.
Was it Stained?
I think so.
That was awesome. Like that I actually enjoyed. Was it Dysfunction? No. Tormented.
Yeah. 96.
Yeah, that was great. Great.
Dysfunction was the one that blew them up.
And then Break the Cycle was the one that had all the hits.
Because they got signed. Fred Durst signed them.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how they blew up. So in the initial blush of that band, you were like, oh, it's Fred Durst likes these guys. And then they would like go out. That was back in the day when like Deftones still kind of sounded like a straight ahead new metal band.
And he sat, and he sat on the stage and did that version of Outside with him. Those were the things, right? that people fell in love with that for. But then it all just fell apart, man.
Huh, I wonder why. Because the other guys in the band, I mean, they all went off to do another band.
Yeah.
When he went to do the country thing. But they all, and their drummer just died, right?
Yeah.
John Wysocki died. But, because I thought he was killing it out there with the country thing. No. That's why I'm like, why is he coming back with Stain? Oh, I see.
No. And that's why I think I'm so rough on it, is like, if you're going to leave to do it, go do it. But don't come back and do something else because you failed at that too. Let's start Stained again because I suck as a country artist.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to sit around, right?
No,
like
totally,
you gotta do something. I mean,
but again, to my point of being opportunistic.
Yeah.
You know, Town Line was that was 2010 when he released that garbage.
Oh, I didn't know it went that far back.
Yeah. Country Boy was the song, yeah.
Well, he certainly seems like he's trying to find himself.
He's like shooting in a barrel and seeing what he can hit.
But that's what so much of all this is. Like, let's see what sticks.
But it's I guess my thought with it is, if you want to do something and you want to keep changing, you want to be a country artist, you want to be a rock artist, great. But do what it is that you want to do. Don't do what it is that you think people want you to do.
Yeah. I remember he played the House of Blues on what was maybe that first solo country tour. He did House of Blues right down here about 10 years ago and packed the joint out. But it was more like straight ahead. It wasn't so much pop country. It was more like,
well, because again,
kind of like dusty country.
At that time, that's when he was releasing things like "Am I the Only One?", a song protesting America's leadership and left-wing activism.
Right.
That's what Aaron became.
Yeah.
And then he was doing he would sit in concert and he would mother F the government and he would say this about that. And oh my God, he's so controversial. He's smoking on stage and saying these things.
I think he's another guy who had his brain melted by COVID.
Well, I think it started before that for sure, but that did not help, right?
Yeah.
But it's the same thing as even like
you're mad because he's a Red Sox fan.
What's that guy? Yeah, he wears Red Sox hats. No, even like that Jason Aldean guy.
Yeah.
Do this in a small town.
Try that in a small town.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say opportunistic.
Mm-hmm.
Just because something is happening, I'm gonna jump on that bandwagon because boy, oh boy, there's a lot of people that are gonna buy my CDs. I don't believe a word of what I'm singing, but boy, I'm gonna sell it. Garbage.
You're advocating for authenticity, which I respect.
Yeah, or at least just pick a lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, but first of all, authenticity is, in a lot of ways, it means different things to different people, and it's also way overvalued. It's great. It's a great word to throw around, but it's way overvalued. And I don't know how important that is in a lot of musical genres.
And like I said 5 minutes ago,
if the fans are buying what you're selling, then
I will go to that show. I love what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I wish Aaron sort of did what that band could have been, because I think they could have been great.
Because there's no chance that he'll mix in some of his twangy stuff in a Stain set, right?
I don't know.
This would just be like a hits thing.
I know that there was a lot of tension in that band for a very long time.
Yeah.
You know,
I didn't think they'd ever get back together.
No. So I guess if Mushak wants to say, yeah, go ahead, Aaron, do a couple of country jams. Maybe they will. I don't know, but I really. I guess part of it, too, is that I did dig that band so much, and I just think they
and you go so far back with them personally, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
I'm also being told, by the way, that the Crocker Park Dick's is closing. I didn't know that. I haven't been over there in a minute. Apparently, they have a sign in the door that says, we're moving to Avon. So this grand opening where I'm going to be on Saturday, that is the Dick's. I didn't realize the Crocker Park. They were like one of the first tenants over there.
So many things are closing or moving.
Bar Louie, and there was a place called Hot Chicken Takeover that was there for a cup of coffee, but they closed down. And so the Dick's at the Crocker Park is closing. I had no idea.
You'll have to let me know if this Dick's is bigger than that Dick's, because the only reason to ever move out of any location is to make sure it's bigger, right?
Yeah.
Like, because people prefer the bigger Dick's.
They do. That's where I'm going to be. I mean, I was picking up some food at Crocker Park the other night. In general, I'm not over there that often, but they moved the Apple store to the complete opposite end of Crocker Park.
They
so
did?
I was like, yeah.
Where is it now?
It's by, it's right next door to Sephora and Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yep, where the old location's like got plywood over it, and I don't know what's going in there. But anyway, People are texting me that. Thank you. I had no idea. I, again, haven't been into Dick's in a minute, so I didn't see a sign that was prominently placed on the door there. But I'll be at the new one on Chester Road on Saturday in Avon from 11 to 1. Alan, thank God I'm driving east and almost out of WMMS range.
Aw.
Well, our timing's impeccable because we got to go. You could listen continuously on the iHeartRadio app. And okay, we got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Thanks to Zoltan Cassis. Very nice to meet him. Funny dude. He's doing 5 shows at Hilarities. 3 of those are sold out. So if you want to see him at 7:30 tonight or the Late Show tomorrow, 9:45 at Hilarities, go to hilarities.com or just walk over to the box office there. ZoltanComedy.com. Online, get all of his socials there. Where are your socials, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Katarina?
Cat Be Creative or the Serbian Queen on Instagram.
All right, I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. This program is available for you wherever your podcasts pop up. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us talkback messages. Voicemails coming in on our After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. Cavs basketball tonight. Your pregame is minutes away. Get going there around 6:30 with Michael Snyder and the whole Hee Haw gang. And then 7 o'clock, tip-off in Indianapolis. The third to last regular season game against the Pacers. 7 o'clock tonight on MMS. And thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, right around 2. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think.